Barrio Latino Commission. Welcome everyone. I'm Rich Simmons, Chair of the Commission. If you're here to present a project, you have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, thank you, wall sections, first time doing this. Staff will then present the staff report. We'll then ask for public comments. Following your presentation, the commissioners will be asking questions in the same order as the presentation. Please state and spell your name clearly if you're here to speak for or against the project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following public comment, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. The only comments which will be allowed after the public hearing is closed will be in response to the questions by the commissioners. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based upon the city ordinance, chapter 27 of the city zoning code, the design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, design review comments, and the testimony given today at the public hearing. The BLC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owner agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence your cell phones. We'll start with the introduction of the commissioners, starting on my left.
Liz Welch.
Morning, John Thompson.
And leaving Wynn.
Okay, and today from staff, we have Dennis Fernandez, Ron Vila, Alexis Guzman, Heather Bonds, and from legal, Dana Crosby Collier. We have the minutes from the last meeting in our packet today. Has everyone had a chance to review? Can we entertain a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes from Tuesday, September 26, 2023.
Second.
All in favor of said motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Fernandez.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Just briefly, I would like to enter the BLC staff approvals for September 2023 into the record, provide those to the clerk. And also, I did want to remind you that the 2024 Barrio Latino Commission schedule is out. You should have been provided that already. If you haven't received it, please let us know. We'll send that to you digitally. But it does have the dates for the 2024 calendar year for our public hearings, as well as our application deadlines and process deadlines. So with that, I'll ask our legal counsel, Dana Crosby Collier, to review the conflict of interest and ex parte communication disclosures.
Good morning. Does any member have a conflict of interest with any item on the agenda today? Nope. Has any member had an ex parte communication regarding any item on the agenda today? Okay, thank you very much.
Moving on, we do not have any continuations to act upon, so we are ready for the swear-in. Anyone who is going to be testifying or presenting public comment today, if you could please stand and raise your right hand as Ms. Guzman administers the swear-in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be providing today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. And with that, we're ready for our first case of the morning, BLC 23-170, which Mr. Vila will present.
Thank you, Dennis. Good morning, Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. The first case reflected is BLC 23-170. This is for the address, or a couple addresses at 1901 North Nebraska Avenue and 1001 East Palm Avenue. This is obviously in the Hyde Park, in the Ybor City Local Historic District. There is a non-contributing structure that is associated with this parcel that was built in 2001. There are dual zonings on this parcel. Some of it is a YC1, and then it moves over to a YC4 zoning classification. The request is twofold this morning. They're going to come forward with a variance first for the removal of a grand tree. The code section and the language is addressed in the staff report that you can follow along. That's chapter 27, 284.2.5 F4. If that goes through, we're gonna focus on the variance first. You'll have your discussion. We do have natural resources here to assist you in the evaluation of that grand tree removal. They do have a PowerPoint presentation after the applicant moves forward. If that project is approved to remove the grand tree, then we'll move into the certificate of appropriateness. At this time, I'd like to share with you a couple of photos. On your monitors, you have the vicinity map. Property in question is here. It's on the corner of 7th Avenue and Nebraska. Highlighted in the green parcel. This is an L kind of shaped parcel. The lower portion here where the cursor is at is YC1, and then the verticality that runs north to south that shows that the two non-contributing structures are in the YC4 zoning classification. Just another shot kind of showing you where to the property identifies that. Looking a little closer, there are some non-contributing structures that are in the immediate vicinity. There is a contributing structure to the north and some non-contributing contributing along Nebraska that we'll get to in the photo presentation. This is looking from an aerial above. You see the density and some of the land around the subject site. This is the YC1 zoning classification, and this is the YC4 zoning that has the two non-contributing structures associated with it. Just looking back at the site, this is from 7th Avenue. You see some of the perimeter landscaping and fencing. This is the grand tree in question that we'll get into more detail. Just kind of looking at it at different vantage points. This is Nebraska here, looking back at the site. Centro Estudiano in the background, and the non-contributing structure that was built in 2001. There's a gate, an entrance gate on the Nebraska Avenue side. You see the pilasters and the fence in that area. Once again, looking down Nebraska to the north, excuse me, to the south. This is to the north. Contributing structure here, and then non-contributing. So you see a variety of structures in the immediate vicinity. This is Nebraska Avenue. This is to the west. Once again, focusing on that articulation along Nebraska. This is an empty parcel on the corner of Nebraska and 7th. This is a contributing structure on that same corner. And this is Nebraska. This is looking down 7th to the west. Turning around, that Nebraska is to my back. This is looking down 7th Avenue as you enter Ybor City. Just looking at the street, the parkway, the sidewalk, some of the vegetation, and then there's that fencing around it. This is looking at 7th Avenue to the south. Property in question is over here. Looking at some of the additional vegetation on site. This is 7th Avenue as you enter into the complex. And just to look at the perimeter trees and the non-contributing garage in the background. That concludes the photo presentation. This time the agent could address the board and focus on the variance only. And as I stated, the information is attached to your staff report so you can follow along.
So, point of order real quick. This is a variance request, so it's a 10-minute presentation by the applicant.
I have a packet I'd like to distribute. The packet has two parts. Please just refer to the first one for the variance portion. Do you need to present on the reasonable recount? Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. Am I able to proceed? Yep, thank you. Ricky Pederica with Dark Moss, 308 East 7th Avenue. I have been sworn. For context, I'd like to show you a press release that went out a few weeks ago, if you can see the presentation. The Hillsborough County School Board approved a partnership with Blake High School, just south of Tampa Heights on the river, to construct or to rebuild their field for a new women's soccer league in the city. And so this request is not about that site, but it's related. If you look on the bottom right, the team will hold its daily training, it can't have it at Blake, at its Ybor City Training Facility, which is the site that's before you today. So I just want to give you the context of how this really works. So what's before you is a training facility, not a stadium. It's private, not open to the public, and limited to just the training aspect of the team. And this is a site plan showing the field on the existing site. The K-Force building's in the top right, their parking garage is in the bottom right, and the field is proposed in the existing field on the bottom left. On the top left is the Centro Asturiano. This is a bird's eye view of that field. You can see the tree almost in the center of it. That's the subject of this variance request. This is the tree itself. It is a 47-inch southern live oak, Quercus virginiana, that I graded. I'm a board-certified master arborist, registered consulting arborist, and landscape architect. I graded at a C5 using the city's criteria, which means fair, with a risk rating of 5, which is on a 3 to 12 scale, so somewhat low risk where it is in a field. This is a breakdown of that grade and its location on the site plan. As you can see, relative to the proposed site, it's effectively in the middle of the field, shown with the blue G. The circles around it are, there's an orange dash, that's the minimum tree protection area, what the city would require us to stay away from the tree generally. There's a sort of bubbly looking hatch or line, that's the canopy of the tree, approximated from an aerial. And then there's a green line, that's the canopy of the tree as verified by 4 measurements we took on the ground while we were doing it, so it's close. And for one tree, that the canopies can be very similar. But it has issues. I don't know if you can see this clearly enough. These are some cankers on the bottom side of some set primary branches. Basically, the second branch off the trunk or first branch off the trunk have large cankers that present as cracks going up at least halfway up the length of the branch on several. And it's technically 2 trees, but the city treats it as one for permitting purposes. But because both, if you can imagine 2 small acorns sitting about 18 inches from each other, growing to the size that they are, that's what creates this condition where they're touching. And this is an issue because trees grow both up and out, adding rings, which you're familiar with, kind of show seasons. But when 2 grow next to each other, it puts pressure on each other with that kind of inclusion. We also inventoried every other tree on the site and within 20 feet, which was about 140 trees. 131 are protected by the city of Tampa, and there is another grand live oak that's located closer to the parking garage. If I can move my mouse. If you can see the other sort of yellow halo down here, that's one of the best live oaks or grand live oaks I've seen in the city of Tampa. 30,000 trees assessed so far in our history. Very impressive. Staff asked us to consider, and we started this consideration, transplant assessment of the tree, and I've outlined the initial criteria that the ANSI A300 standards require me to follow. This is our industry standard documents. And it's to consider the general health of the tree, the structural condition, species tolerance, crown shape, size of root ball quality, so I may make it easier here, foliage, color, density, anyhow, and other items, and evaluation of the site it's going to. Are there things in the way? Is it easy to get to? What are the soil conditions, obstacles, slope, and utilities? At this point, with what I've done so far, I'm not recommending this tree for transplantation because of the fair condition, as noted in the grades prior, the structure of the tree, effectively 2 trees at the base, which is considered a defect, and the dieback in the crown. Additionally, the most likely place to locate it, bear with me for a moment, there's a candidate sending site directly south of the field, here, which would make that pretty feasible. However, and unfortunately I don't have a picture of this, there's a slope there that wouldn't match the existing slope of the tree, which is one of the considerations of the evaluation of the installation site. The city asked us to provide 2 reasonable reconfigurations in the site plan, and they're relatively easy. Unfortunately, they're not in my packet, but I think I can explain them with this. With the tree in question, if it were preserved, there's a better way to see it. If it were preserved, it would either result in half a field, which is not a tournament field, a tournament-approved field that could not be used as a training facility, which would have impacts on this other negotiation and plan on the other site in near Tampa Heights, or it would result in, if this field were taken and shifted over onto the other portion of the site that's already developed, it would impact the garage. And this is in the packet, which is a 700 or so parking space garage, which would argue is unreasonable and have in the reasonable reconfiguration criteria, which I provided as the first part of the handout. So there's a lot of detail that I could go into on that, but I'd like to say that this is not the size of this use, this practice facility, relative to the property, and really almost any property in the district except for Cascaden Park. This area is the largest assembly of land, of single parcels in the district, in Cascaden, which has fields that aren't private. If this tree were not removed, it would be a preclusion of the entire use, not a reduction of the field. A field would not work, and then it would have a net effect to the other facility that's been negotiated. Thank you.
Mr. Federica, that concludes your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
So at this time, I would ask the board to focus on the variance. We had asked Mr. Pecorita to supplement his initial request with additional information that he passed out to you this morning. And at this time, we have Stephen Eister with Natural Resource to provide his input.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen Eister with Natural Resources. I was asked to come in today to kind of present the grand tree and kind of go over the criteria real quick with you guys on what all this means. Basically, when you have grand tree I have been sworn in. I don't know if I said that part. When you have grand tree removals, you have to meet the criteria that's above. And we're going to go through the presentation. There's an ability to reduce setbacks to preserve grand trees. As you guys know, in the EBOR, their setbacks are already either severely reduced or non-existent. So this really does not apply. And then the other options are reconfiguring the structures. When you have a tournament-sized field like this, you're set. You have your dimensions. You can't reshape them. You're kind of set with that square layout. This is kind of the basic info that Ron already covered. This is the site. As you guys can see, the tree is located almost in the middle of the site. There's the tree info that Ricky provided. I just wanted to provide you guys just kind of a quick summary of it. There is still gonna be mitigation for the tree, if it's approved. These are photos of the trees, kind of highlighting the same things. As you can see, the structure of the tree was a concern of mine as well. That's when, if you look at the recommendation on the report I provided you guys this morning, number one, the code does allow transplanting of grand trees if they meet the criteria for transplanting. I think as we saw through Ricky's presentation, this tree is not a great candidate for that. But I wanted him to look at that because of that structural issue. I kind of had concerns about that anyways. I have also, this is the proposed plan. So this is alternative plan 1, and you can see the field has been cut in half. So this is the only part of the field that would be maintained. This part would not be able to occur. And then alternative 2, the field, they proposed it over here, which would lead to the demolition of the parking garage, this parking, and then you have this other grand live oak here, now kind of in the project zone. So it's, you have the better conditioned tree here, the lower conditioned tree in the proposed field area. My findings, I had no objections with the request. Number 1, that condition can be removed since Ricky has already completed the transplant assessment. So number 2 would be if the grand tree does not qualify for the transplant process, it can be removed and mitigation shall be placed back on site. And that would be calculated through the review process when it goes in for building permitting. And then the number 3 is just a general note, basically letting them know that they still have to comply with all the other sections of the City of Tampa Land Development Code. And then here's just a breakdown again of what should be evaluated. And if you guys have any questions, I'm available. I'm over here, and that's all I have for you guys today.
Anyone here from the public wishing to comment on this case, please identify yourself. Seeing none. We'll ask some questions of the applicant, starting with Ms. Welch.
Regarding mitigation, is all of the mitigation that's required, I think it was, what, 18 trees that we were looking at up there? Are those 18 trees accounted for in the presentation that we would be reviewing beyond this variance request, or is that something that we can look at now?
They're not part of the reasonable, or they're not part of the variance. I think they'd be part of the certificate of appropriateness.
Right. Okay. So are the trees that would be mitigation, are they required to be part of this site, or are you proposing them to go into a tree bank?
I think the condition requires that they go back on the site, which we agree to, and we can, and this site can accommodate that many trees.
Are they depicted as above and beyond the code requirements?
I think as mitigation, yes, they're above the required trees per the landscape code, but they are still required per the mitigation code, I guess.
So, for example, if you only had to put in 10 trees for current code requirements, we're gonna end up seeing 28 trees in the next presentation.
No tree should be required as part of the field itself. It is a fully landscaped site for the office use currently. So the only trees that we anticipate would be required to be replanted would be those mitigation trees.
Okay, yeah. The 10 was just an example.
Okay.
So if it's 0 trees, we're gonna look at 18 net gain trees on this site because of the mitigation requirements.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and nothing going into a future land bank or future tree bank fund?
Correct.
Okay.
And if typically if 18 trees don't fit, then we upsize the trees
Right.
to
The
get the number
equivalent
that.
thereof of the 18 2.5 inch, I
Right.
think, caliper is what was presented as the requirement? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
No further questions.
What is the age of the Grand Oak?
I'm not a dendrochronologist, and,
Neither am I.
yeah, okay. So I always resist trying to answer that without coring the tree or looking at an aerial, but having seen another aerial of this site from the 1920s, it did not break the house line, if it was there at all.
Okay. How many years would you estimate it then? 80, less than 100,
Less than 50.
50?
I mean, it's big when
Right.
measured as a single tree, but as I mentioned, it's two trees
Right.
that we're measuring together.
Okay. Okay. And all mitigation will happen on site, around the periphery. One of my concerns is, you know, we're kind of considering an approval here, but we're not really sure what's going on the site yet. I mean, that's the next step, right, for the certificate of appropriateness, but, is that something that we want to let them do their presentation now, or is this, we got to deal with this first? It's kind of like you're dealing with a variance for something that we haven't seen yet. We understand it's a practice facility, you know, yeah.
Dana Crosby Collier, the legal team. Yes, you would, you'll consider the variance based on the code criteria for a variance review board. And this is these are the specific issues that you have to use to decide if this variance should be granted. The factors that are specific to this case.
We're not disputing that.
Right.
We just want to know what the full picture.
Yeah, you're.
If we approve this variance to remove this tree, and then for whatever reason we don't approve the next piece, we just took out our tree, we didn't have to, right?
Please.
Us.
Yeah, I don't know if it's contingent upon the CA getting approved or not, and, you
Yeah.
know, it's a
Because
twofold
clearly-
process for
Yeah.
us.
Hello, Stephen with Natural Resources again. So when a grand tree variance is granted, the removal is not affected until the building permit has been obtained. So even if you guys grant the variance, they never get a building permit, they can't go out tomorrow
And
with-
take down the
with the
tree.
approval and cut the tree down, if that makes sense.
Okay.
If they do that, then they receive full violation penalties. There's no, even with your guys' approval, without the building permit, they go hand in hand.
Well, there's no building.
There would be, if they don't have the building permit and you guys give them the approval,
They can't do it.
they can't take the tree down.
So you're saying that the variance is specifically tied to this development request?
Correct.
Got it.
I hope that clears up some of the,
Sure.
Well, we can,
yeah.
can we condition it to say, you know, we know we're gonna get 18 trees?
I think that, I mean, for a variance request, I think that's a very specific request in motion here.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's two things, you know, you have your certificate of appropriateness that they have to pass, plus they have to get the permit through the city of Tampa Construction Services. And I know you said it's a building, but it's really not a building,
Yeah.
but it's still gonna be permittable.
Correct.
For whatever the facility is.
Correct.
I don't know, just Tampa way, things have a way of disappearing sometimes. Any other questions? Okay. Okay, you have a few minutes we're done asking questions. You have a few minutes to summarize your comments or address any of these concerns.
I have no rebuttal on,
Okay.
keep it short.
Okay, we're gonna close the public hearing and have some discussion among ourselves about this variance request.
No, I think from what was presented, the variance request is reasonable. The city has sort of approved it as well. And so I think this would be a great facility to see within UR and bring some life to the site.
Yeah, I think that, you know, we just need the motion here so we can get into how the CA plays out.
I would agree.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think that tree definitely conflicts with anything that they're gonna try to do there. One thing that I'm kind of concerned about, and we'll probably talk about this during the CA, is typically these athletic facilities are oriented not north-south, not east-west. So, you know, that's for a variety of reasons, and I'm sure FIFA and some of their criteria may mention that, I don't know, but if you observe any other major athletic fields, they're all oriented north-south. I believe in our packet, they did look at that orientation going north-south, and, it's not all on their property. So I think, and that, even that configuration would probably affect this tree. So I think it's something that, the tree is, 2 trees, really. That's going to affect the health of that tree over the long term, and there's a better use for that property right now. So we can entertain a motion. And I think we have specific language in front of
Yeah.
us.
Makes it easy.
Go ahead.
Are you in it? Okay. So, for approval of tree removal, I move that the variance request for case BLC 23-170, right here, for the property located at 1901 North Nebraska Avenue and 1001 East Palm Avenue be granted as depicted on the site plan presented at the public hearing for the removal of a grand tree. When based on the evidence provided in the record at this hearing, the petitioners met the burden of proof as set forth in section 27-284.2.5 F4 of the city code for grand tree removal, specifically by showing that the impact of the proposed development cannot be reasonably reconfigured to preserve the grand tree, and that due to the location of the tree, reasonably reconfiguration of the site plan is not possible.
Second.
All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries for the approval of the grand tree removal. Okay, and we can then move directly into the CA for the site.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ricky Pederica, I've been sworn. This next step is really an exercise in how little is actually proposed relative to this facility. If it were a stadium facility, there were a lot more meat to chew on, but with what we're actually proposing, it's limited to a very fine line provided by FIFA, which I submitted an excerpt to you to show some of the very simple rules that they have for field of play design. For example, not shown here, the color of artificial surfaces shall be green. The field size is flexible, but not flexible enough to preserve the tree that we were proposing. The goal has dimensions, these are all highlighted in blue, that can't be altered. There's a flag post required at the corner of each field end, which you can see in the diagram here. There's specifications on the type of goal post and what color they are, white, and what all the lines are on the field, where they're placed, how wide they are. So these are very simple but well-defined international standards that are being applied for this application. So there's some consideration for we can't deviate from what we can't deviate from with FIFA to have an international competition field. Again, this is familiar. With the landscaping, no landscaping was proposed as part of this application. The mitigation, I think there's a timing aspect here, is currently not shown, and we may return to that discussion, but the proposal or the consideration for any mitigation trees would be to match the existing tree palette, which we have with the tree inventory, and the proposed planting areas would be south of the field and west of the garage, or east of the garage. The rest of the site is already fully landscaped and the trees are in good condition, the existing trees. This is a bird's eye view of proposed field, a little stylized for visual clarity. To speak about the color palette, there's not much to speak to other than the field will be green because grass is green and the artificial grass will be green. The lines will be white per the FIFA standards. There are sets of goal netting and then ball stop netting behind the goals, which you can see in white in either end of the field, and then in black behind the goal. That netting, as is shown, black, and The fencing and columns proposed will match the existing, or fencing and pilasters will match the existing fencing and pilasters where they're repaired. And I'll go back to that in a moment to see more detail. No signage is proposed. This is a private facility, not open to the public, and it's not intended to be advertised as such. There is one sign located, kind of a historic gateway sign for the district at the corner, and that won't be impacted by the rearrangement of the fence at the corner of 7th and Nebraska. No other site elements are proposed, none. What you see is what we're proposing, and in the distance, there's a field area. There's an existing office facility that has a lot of the uses that can support the team, offices, restrooms, etc. And then the parking garage is completely overparked at this point, and there's plenty of room in there if there happen to be any needed for ball storage or something to that effect. But otherwise, this is the extent of the vertical improvements, visible peeking for the public, peeking over the fence. The turf materials, there'll be two. The pitch turf will be a natural seasonal turf blend, living grass. Some species, perennial rye, Bermuda zoysia, that's very finely curated by soccer professionals. Not something, even as a landscape architect, I have a specialty in. And then there's a warm-up area behind the field in the existing driveway, we'll see again, that is gonna be synthetic turf, solid green turf with no lines, just, it's just a conversion of a driveway to an artificial turf area for a small section. The perimeter fencing will remain as is, except for two areas where there will be a chamfer created at the corner of 7th and Nebraska at the bottom right, and then an extension of the existing pattern where the driveway is abandoned on the north, or on the middle left, or the northwest of that corner, shown in the dashed areas. This is the existing character of the perimeter fencing. It's this custom, I guess, aluminum pattern that was attached to these custom columns or pilasters. And this will be repeated as is, appropriately as it turns corners at the corner. The netting and poles, we talked about a little bit in the color, and I'll just kind of go into a little bit more detail specifically. They're shown here in yellow. These are the equivalent examples. This is UT, North Boulevard, and Spalding Drive, just north of Kennedy. If you can see, it's faint, which is intentional. These are 20-foot poles at approximately 20-foot centers. We are proposing 24-foot poles on 24-foot centers. We're proposing 20-foot poles, black, with 4-foot in-ground, 4-inch square mesh netting for 20 feet high for 60 feet along the back of the netting. And then the goals, which are just a FIFA specification on the top right, the actual goals, which are, I think the main component there is that there's the crossbar and goal posts and the netting, which is white, and then support posts behind it to hold the netting up. The remaining elements, kind of referenced in the site plan, are not part of this application. There's no lighting proposed with this field. It's the practice won't occur during night hours. All bathroom facilities exist within the office building. That will remain as under single ownership with this parcel. There's no shade elements proposed. It is a practice field, and only practice will occur on it, and any meetings or discussion or coaching will occur in the office building. No concessions. It's not open to the public. All facilities remain in the building. No bleachers, not open to the public. No additional hardscape other than curbs, transitions as needed to facilitate the construction of the play area, which is shown in the kind of darker green in that driveway. And solid waste already exists in the enclosure shown in yellow, north of the garage. So we don't anticipate there being barely any, but associated with the field itself compared to the office use, but if there were, it would be addressed with the existing facility. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Staff had concerns associated with the findings on page 3, and staff stated this application is consistent with the Ybor City Design Guidelines. When the plans that we reviewed had minimal impact to the district, and through the presentation, all the additional concerns that staff had listed, he went through them line by line. If this project is to move forward, just one point of reference is that the tree mitigation shall be included on the certificate of appropriateness moving forward. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vila. Anyone here from the public wishing to comment on this case? Seeing none, we'll ask some questions of the applicant, starting on my right.
Could you go back to the slide with the, I think it was the one with the goalpost, I'm not sure exactly the correct terminology, but of like the sort of, I guess, the additional, screening and fencing that will be around, just, I guess keep the ball in here, right here, yeah. Opposing knitting. And so what's being proposed is actually more of the top right picture, right? Not what's shown in the bottom left. It will be white with the.
Both are proposed. Yeah, so the top right picture unfortunately has the same kind of element in white.
Okay.
And I'd ask you to ignore the ball stop fence behind the goalpost in that picture.
Okay.
We're proposing the two pieces. The goalpost itself is white, like the picture in the top right, and then the ball stop netting is black, like the picture in the.
I see. Okay. So per FIFA, they only talk about the goalpost itself, not the ball stop fence. Okay. Understood. All right. I think that clears up my only question. Thank you.
To tag on to that question, though, you had said, what's the spacing of the ball stop columns that are proposed?
20 feet
20 feet on center.
on center.
Okay, and so it has that little tension wire that holds the netting, essentially?
Correct.
Okay. Also, in terms of the zoning of the site, the YC1 and the YC4, they both support the practice field in that location, because it looks like it kind of straddles over one zoning and is in both zonings.
As I understand, a private recreation facility is allowed in both
Okay.
districts.
And then we had talked about the mitigation requirements, and is there a planting depiction of what those, how that mitigation would be added onto this site?
Unfortunately, no.
And is that because you haven't gotten to it, or is that because you didn't know if you were going to get the tree variance? I mean, it seems like it's very integral.
It was more not considering the mitigation versus aesthetics, because there was no required landscaping associated with, and we weren't proposing any. We didn't propose a landscape plan, not realizing that the mitigation plan, kind of to be discussed at the variance, was going to be a part of the review.
Okay, so I think we've got a piece missing here then, and because that would seem to require, a selection of trees. What are they? Where are they going to go? How do they relate to this urban corridor that we have on the south side of the property? So that's I guess that's an open question.
Can you just, two things that I want to ask in conjunction on the tree thing, but two things that I just want to clarify in my own mind. In this picture that you have up here right now, you have the existing fencing, and then you've thrown in the white fencing on the corner and the white fencing on the other side. Is that going to be white? It doesn't
No.
look consistent to me. It's going to be with what the existing
Exactly.
is, right?
Yes, I apologize. So that was what I tried to caveat with the stylized to help see it.
Okay.
But no, the intent is that it looks exactly like the existing fence. and
Okay,
pilasters.
okay. And then the other question I have is to the netting and the poles, the ball stop fencing, the ball stop netting. Can you show me that picture again? I mean, I get that. Where is it gonna go on this view?
Oh,
Is
I
it gonna go
apologize.
all
So-
the way around?
No. So if you look in the yellow, it's easiest to see in this front image. There's 4
Got it. Okay,
posts.
okay, thank you. I missed that part. Okay,
And that occurs on the other fences, the other goalposts as well, but that's 60 feet the extent, so 20-foot sections.
Okay, and is it only gonna be, and this is just me, and I'm not athletic, is it only gonna be required behind the goalpost?
That's it. We have professional footballers.
Oh, they don't kick the
They aren't
ball all
kicking it
over the place like I would, is really what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay, thank you. No, that's good. I'm good, thank you.
What is the actual size of the field? You've given us the FIFA regulations here, and they, you know, in the diagram say it could be, you know, 100 to 130 yards, but international is 110 to 120, and then there's variances there. So what's our actual dimensions that you're proposing here?
We have 360 but 360 wide, that's 120 yards
Long?
long, including safety zones, so it's the 110 and 75.
Okay, and that's pretty much the biggest you can get on there.
Yes.
Okay. So 120 by 75 yards. Okay. All right, so I think you addressed this with Ms. Welch right before, but when you guys are changing, like where that alley or that street was, on the left side of the picture, you can go back to the,
Yeah, I think I have a better picture to speak, hopefully.
right there, perfect.
Yep, okay.
So you're proposing fencing to match, why is it indicated in white there and at the corner where it's chamfered?
Just for visual graphic clarity in this presentation.
Okay, but it's gonna be, you're actually gonna go back with tan brick with a white cap and aluminum,
Tan brick, I think concrete cap, and that,
and you're gonna match the
Aluminum.
spacing that's there.
and match the
height.
spacing, that detail, where there's sort of a mid column or mid-span column that's kind of thickened.
And same at the corner up here on Seventh Avenue, okay. Okay, and there's no signage,
No signage.
okay. And you talked about, what about locker rooms? Is that,
All facility of that nature will be in the existing, office building.
okay. Restrooms, isn't there a distance requirement for restrooms there, or professional footballers can make it that far?
It hasn't come up. It
Okay.
hasn't
Yeah, there
come up in our
might, there might
DRC.
be an issue there, you know, just with a distance from the playing field, so, you know, a little concerned about that not being identified, but, okay. Can you confirm no lights on the field at all?
Confirmed.
Okay, and what about drainage and pitch? So are you building this site up? And typically soccer fields, you know, I talked a little bit before, they're oriented north-south, you know, you can have exceptions to go east-west, which you're doing here. It's pitched, so it's usually higher in the middle, slope to drain to the sides, right? Are you building the site up? Are we gonna have drainage issues there? What's the plan?
There's a civil engineer currently working on the drainage plan. It hasn't gone in for permit, because it needs to go through this process first.
Sure.
I can only speak to, we can't create drainage issues, so I'm not anticipating any will be allowed.
Okay. And back to the 4 columns behind the nets, is there any detail to those? Are they just straight posts?
Straight post, yep.
Okay.
3-inch post embedded 4 feet, yep, they're as simple as they can be.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. You have a few minutes to summarize your comments or rebut anything, and then we'll close the public hearing.
Let me find the best picture for this. To speak to the landscaping, I regret the mitigation omission and would request consideration that this be something that we coordinate with staff if possible. The 2 planting areas to consider will be this area south of the field and this area east of the planting area. The rest of the site is relatively dominated by existing canopy, except for this spot here. The existing trees on the site that would be considered and that would apply towards the mitigation are live oaks and laurel oaks. And there's won't be any departure from really live oaks being proposed. We have constraints here, proposing trees back in this narrow part of the field, but they could be proposed on this section here. There's only some minor light utilities between the existing streetlight poles. And then it would match the pattern of oaks that come down Seventh. And here, there's only a pattern of sable palms. We would just be introducing another pattern of live oaks in the canopy area there, or another, as another row down that line. So that testimony, I hope you could consider, and then that we could finesse that details with staff as needed. But I appreciate your consideration and willingness to hear how little this is a CA. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and close the public hearing, and we can have discussion on the case, starting with Ms. Welch.
I don't know that I have, I think it's laid out pretty good. Restroom questions are valid, and I don't know if there's a rule around that. But no, I don't think I have any questions, and I think it's a good project.
I'm concerned that we don't have the tree layout and we don't have a civil design. I would imagine that if there is any retention or detention that's gonna be needed on site, it might have to go to the south there. And then you're dealing with what does that pond do? And how does it affect the location, the quantities, the selection of trees along that edge? I think that there's, the applicant has demonstrated that the project fits and that we've got a couple little pieces and parts of the detailing. The fence is fine. I think that the goal stops are, they're fine. It is what it is, but there's another level of design and detailing that isn't in here that I think that the board needs to see, the commission needs to see, because one will affect the other. If we've got 18 2.5-inch caliper trees, those are the minimum sizes. You could end up needing much larger trees because you have much fewer places to put them, depending on what the civil requirements are. And all of that isn't spelled out in the application here. I think that there's too many question marks still for what's being requested, especially since we've granted the variance on the tree removal. There's another hurdle of design to get through that isn't presented here.
I would generally agree with Commissioner Thompson, like if retention is needed, it would likely go to that south side of the site as well, of the field, and in effect where those trees would go. And so, yeah, just in similar consideration, it's just a level of detail that we would generally like to see as well.
Yeah, I don't know if there's gonna be any retention though. I mean, it's a field. It's not a built structure, so it's a pervious surface, but, they do pitch it and it does drain. They typically build this up on a solid base with filtration, and, if this is a professional league, I imagine it's gonna be a top-notch field, not like something where, we kick around on the field on architects leagues and stuff, so. Putting the trees on site is gonna be an issue, but, I think your basic areas there on the south side of that corner by the entrance, I don't think they're gonna end up with 18 trees. I think it's probably gonna be less with bigger caliper. And I think there's also an opportunity between the Centro Storiano lot and the soccer field to infill some there, although that's probably more on their property than ours, so we'll have to see kind of how that works out. I think the elements that I'm looking for here are and I thought it was kind of interesting in our packets how we could see the original grid overlaid where the parcels were, and I thought that was kind of cool. I kind of look at this as, is this the best use of this property for now? Okay, but we're not doing anything to harm the future development or doing anything to harm the future grid of what this is and sometime in the future. They're doing the right things. They're providing the fencing there with to match what's existing. There's no lights. You know, I think it's relatively minimally invasive. No built structures, no lights, but a few things with the tree mitigation. So I think, you know, that could be a condition here, but I think that field is pervious. So they shouldn't have to have anything, but I am concerned about them building that up too much, because they do need to pitch that up and support how a professional soccer field would perform. Yep, concerns over the mitigation and drainage?
Well, I just
Is
think
that
that
something
there's,
that we can, you know, have them work with staff on to?
there's just a couple big chunks of the design that aren't presented, right? I agree with you, probably there is minimal retention, you know, but if we're doing a turf component around it, you know, there's gonna be probably some trade-offs there, and probably some sloping, some swales, just in case, you know, because you are gonna be shedding water. You know, you go to any of the neighborhood parks that have fields on them and they aren't professional, you've got swales, you've got places where it's being, you know, directed into drainage structures. We don't see that here, and it's not that I'm concerned that they can't do it, it's just that it's very tight, and that begins to limit potentially the design opportunities that you have as a landscape architect. You know, how do you solve the mitigation when you might have these swales that you have to be maintained or unobstructed along the edges of these things? It's just information that we don't have.
Okay.
It gets busy when I don't have that on. Okay, so to your point, I hear what you're saying, but to your point, it's a private field, right? So it's not gonna be public, it's not gonna be anybody else using the field. So, wouldn't they, you would think, wouldn't they structure it so they don't have those swales, so they don't have runoff issues, they don't have that stuff? Am I missing something? I mean, it's a
They're still gonna
private
have
field
it.
that they want to be able to use. It's not open to the public, they were very clear about that, because I would have had all kinds of questions about public use and access and all that, but they're very clear that it's gonna be a private field, not for public use,
Maybe you're still gonna have retention and drainage issues, whether or not it's public or private.
right?
Yeah, you probably have a swale on the north side, all along the north side, and probably all along the south side, if it pitches in those appropriate directions, which is fine. But the limited, you know, swaths of real estate that you have left beyond that safety zone of the field it's very limited. And really, we're trying to figure out how do we get the best bang for the buck out of the mitigation trees that we've
Right.
you know, allowed the candidate to pursue. We just have no idea, you know, where they are and how they relate.
Yeah, and that warm-up area, I mean, we haven't really got into that, the dark green thing that we see on our field. You know, they're rerouting traffic in there, there's trees that are already in there, those are gonna have to be replaced, and where are those gonna go? So
Yeah.
those are, you know, need to be replaced here, so, I think there's a few loose ends that they need to clean up, I would agree with you guys on that, so, I'd like to see a little bit more detail I'd like to actually see the fence detail of what they're proposing with the posts instead of being white. I know that was a graphic issue for them, but start to address some of the tree mitigation and the drainage issues.
Is that something that if we provide the certificate of appropriateness, when they come back with the final design, wouldn't they, because they come back before us on some final things, don't they? After we
Sometimes, I
grant
mean,
this.
you could do like a preliminary approval, saying, hey, basically the
Right.
concept is good, but we need a little bit more detail
More
on
detail.
these items, and give them a little bit of time to do that, but they can keep
But
moving
yet
forward.
keep moving forward. Because the garage isn't gonna be used by anybody else, is it? Is it a public garage?
No.
It's private to that property.
Right.
So the garage isn't gonna be used by anybody other than players on that field, using that field, and anyone in that building, right?
Right.
Okay,
Do a preliminary conditions.
Move to grant preliminary approval for the drawings and documents as presented in the public hearing in BLC 23-170 for the property located at 1901 North Nebraska Avenue and 1001 East Palm Avenue with the following conditions. One, the applicant will provide the design for the tree mitigation selections. Two, the applicant will provide confirmation of the civil design and its requirements of the site. Three, applicant will provide accurate color renditions of the fencing to match the existing conditions. Four, the applicant will provide a more detailed description of the design for the warm-up area. I think that's it. Those are the conditions, and we have 4 conditions for this public hearing of, let's see. We'll go to the next one.
Yeah, because based upon the finding of fact.
Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Ybor City design guidelines of the city of Tampa for the following reasons. They've met the design criteria guidelines for the Secretary of Interior standards and the city of Tampa's landscaping code for the tree variance.
Second.
No. Second?
Okay. We have a motion in front of you right now with a number of conditions. Is the applicant okay with the 4 conditions placed on this?
Yes.
Okay, applicant has agreed. All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation.
I'm sorry.
Moving to the
Ron.
next agenda item.
Ron,
Rod?
would you like to bring that item back at a date certain in your November or December meeting so that they don't?
Does the applicant have a preference? I know you have a little bit of next month or December.
The project's driven by seeding the field, so as early as possible. So we get next month.
So the
November? Okay, so,
November the 28th, 2023 at 9 AM.
okay.
No, that's why.
Does that need to be noted as part of the motion or just?
Yes, I would make a motion to bring that item back on that date and time and place.
No. So moved?
Motion to,
Can I say that?
repeat after me. Motion to bring the item back at November 28th at 9 AM at the City Council chambers.
So moved. Can I say that?
All right, all in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we'll see you next month. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Vila.
Thank you. Now moving forward, Commissioners, our next agenda item, I would request that you open the next 3 together. They are very consistent in their approach. As you review the cases and you come to some kind of consensus, as you move forward to a motion, then separate the motions under each request record item. So the next 3 items that we're going to open is BLC 23-158, BLC 23-159, and BLC 23-160. They have contiguous ownerships and addresses at 2024, 2026, and 2028 North 11th Street. The request is to move forward for new construction for single-family residence with site improvements. The current zoning is YC2, and the approximate square footage of each unit is 2,000 square feet. Moving to the brief photo presentation. In 1929, this was the fabric associated along this review. In the highlighted green area are the properties in question. There is an alley that runs to the west of the subject sites. and to the west. You see the fabric that is there. All the fabric has been removed on this particular block, except for this structure here. This is a contributing structure that will remain. If you look at the orientation of the structures in 1929, some of them faced east and west, and at the corners, they face north and south. So looking at an overall area within our vicinity map, it's over here, so it's on the western portion. You have 11th Street, 11th Avenue, and then as it filters out to Nebraska. Looking from a current aerial, as I indicated, the historic fabric has been removed to the south. You have one contributing structure, and this is the area that is to be infilled with that alley that runs north and south that will be discussed as part of this presentation. If you look at the fabric that is across the street from it, it all has the east-west orientation currently. This is the subject site. This is looking down 11th Street towards Palm. This is that one contributing structure on that side of the block. This is that structure that is there. You look at setbacks and elevation from grade to get a reference. This is looking from Palm on that west side of 11th Street. Just some of the articulation that's on that side. This is looking down 11th Street towards Palm. You have a historic structure here that I showed, and some across the street, which is on the east side of the street. This is the historic fabric, the one-story structures. This is a non-contributing structure that was relocated to this site. This is looking at those individual units. You look at the setbacks and elevation from grade. There is a grade change on this side. That's apparent. The conclusion, this is the non-contributing structure that terminates at the corner of 11th Street and 11th Avenue. This is some street shots, get a reflection of the area. This is looking down 11th Avenue. This is back towards the west. You see how they handle parking in this area along with what is required by code. Some of the surrounding fabric that is there. And to conclude, this is what was an alley in 1929. It was a 10-foot alley. Since then, some of the property has been taken. I believe it's a 6-foot open alley to this day, and the agent will address and how they're going to provide vehicular access to the rear of these properties, not engaging from the primary street. And transportation has already reviewed this and approved the site plan that's going to be presented this morning. That concludes the photo presentation, and the agent will address the board.
Good morning, Commissioners. Greg Whaling with KWJ Architects, 1923 7th Avenue. I have been sworn. Thank you, Ron, for the site analysis and pictures of the existing context. I know we have a full agenda today. I want to be cognizant of the time, and I'm going to just go through some of the overview concepts for all three structures that we're presenting under these three applications. So the site is somewhat unique, as Ron was showing you the overview. It's kind of wedged between the interstate, which plays kind of a major role to that north side, and then Palm Avenue having been developed with the larger commercial structures and pending women's training soccer facility. So there's a lot going on in that area. Houses range from very small single-story shotgun contributing structures to new infill 2 stories. So the project that we are presenting is going to talk about the various scale pattern and repetition of the facades that are immediately adjacent to the site, looking at the massing, and then also some of the unique aspects of the setbacks that we needed to address with transportation and other access aspects to these three sites. What we're going to be presenting is kind of a contemporary twist on like a shotgun bungalow style structure. They are three similar units in line, so it kind of creates almost like a triplex type of organization, even though they are individually single-family structures. As Ron showed some of the site context, smaller bungalows all along 11th Avenue, running east and west. This is a new structure that was built directly across the street on the east corner of 11th Avenue and 11th Street. We're going to be looking at reference of some of the kind of more contemporary details that are brought into the multi-story structures within Ybor. And then also examples where this kind of triplex development has occurred within the district. So taking three kind of exactly the same design and pairing them up. And then again, just kind of two-story contemporary versions of some of the architecture. So this is an enlarged site plan of it's really kind of 4 properties. It was originally, I believe, 2 kind of oddly sized lots. Those have since been subdivided into 4 equal 28-foot wide lots. The existing structure to the south meets the YC2 setback requirements for 10 feet in the front and 3 feet on the sides. So we use that as kind of part of the building alignment along 11th Street. And then as we go forward in each application, we've provided enlarged site plans of all 3 properties. I'm going to go over to the 3D model now. This is kind of an overview of the property. You can see to the north along 11th Avenue is where we have the small single-story bungalows. Immediately adjacent to it, to the west, is where we have very similar lot sizes, approximately 28 feet wide. And the lots kind of vary as you move throughout the neighborhood. So this shows that the immediate adjacent properties have that same setback requirement kind of scale. So looking at what we're proposing, again, it's kind of a triplex, 3 similar projects. We wanted to, kind of part of the design concept was that this corner between 11th Avenue and 11th Street is really kind of the main design impetus, creating a side elevation to the home that equally respects 11th Avenue as it does 11th Street here. And so in meeting with Ron and the various departments, we came about some site planning aspects where we, because it's new construction, we needed to provide 1 parking space on each site. So we needed to open and widen the rear alley to gain that access. So what we've proposed here, there's an existing portion that's 6 feet wide, and that's kind of represented by this first kind of gray path here. We would be widened at 5 feet, so the alley would be a total of 11 feet wide. And then there's a parking code requirement that from the back of the parking space to the far side of the alley needed to be 28 feet. So effectively, it took the parking space and kind of embedded it into the back of our allowable building area. So we looked at a number of schemes, and again, with the limited footprint and size of these properties, I think we worked together with staff and came up with a nice plan that has semi-covered parking in the rear, normal kind of everyday access through a rear entrance door, which would kind of oppose the public facade, the main entrance along 11th Street. And so we're looking at the width of the home is 22 feet, so we have 3-foot setbacks on each side. So the north property here has 3 foot to the property line, and then basically between structures is a combination of the 2 3-foot setbacks. So we have approximately 6 feet between them. The design of each of these homes, we're making efficient. We're using the same design for all 3. So looking at the, let me go to the. Sorry. Looking at the floor plan, we have the circulation. We kind of create a backside or a secondary kind of orientation for each of the properties. So on this particular north one, this south side has circulation, has the stair going to the second floor, and it has the kitchen. So we've limited windows on this south side. So everything is kind of north focusing. And that, as you'll see on the second floor, all the bedrooms are aligned up there, allowing plenty of northern natural light to come through those windows. So going back to this, so the 2 properties on the north are in that same orientation, and then the third one to the south we mirror and have that open view facing south. That allows each of these kind of side yards to really be focused for one of the properties. So we envision maybe you'd have greenery, or you could do vines on the wall, and basically have a little bit of a view from the middle and end structures. In terms of the use of the materials, these are all CMU construction, first and second floor. So the majority of it is a stucco finish, and then we have kind of created these more contemporary building forms with these vertical masses that create kind of this corner condition on the front facade. These are all clad with Hardie, and we've used a few different formats, lap siding on the corners, and then kind of this vertical element on the north facade is this kind of large plane, and then we've grouped several fixed windows together to kind of create this almost taller storefront type element. And that brings light kind of as a clear story element into the living room downstairs, and then there is a study loft area above it. And then we have some just smaller punched openings, small squares that bring light into the bathrooms, and then you'll see on the other side to the stair access. I guess I didn't show up here. But we have it in the construction drawings that we can go through. We have a small square window here and then one at the stair landing. Other materials, we're looking at, just due to some economic aspects, we're going to do an architectural dimensional shingle on the main roof, and then kind of metal features on these accents above the entrances and on the second story. We'll go through the material palette, but these would be the vinyl clad wood windows, and we would work with Ron and staff on selections of all the materials. We'll go back to, so in the package that we've presented, we have kind of snapshots of all the renderings of the different sizes. This is a sample of the exterior materials. This is the same development group that we presented with at the last hearing, so you're going to see some kind of very similar materials, and hoping to build some economy and scale when we're building these 4 properties. So we have kind of a textured, smooth white stucco. We have the hardy trim, hardy wood banding used extensively on this project. The main roof being the shingles, the accent metal panel roof, and then we have a couple areas that are just small pop-outs that will require either a low slope, like a SBS modified roof on it, or it may be small enough that we do a piece of sheet metal to cover that whole horizontal plane. Making use of the round gutters and half-round gutters and round downspouts. The elevated slab, which we are keeping just under the code requirement of 30 inches to eliminate handrail and kind of bulking up the facades and entrances on the front and rear. So we have an architectural block for that stem wall. We have proposed the hexagonal thin pavers as we presented for previous project. Those would be used at the steps and the front and rear porches, as well as the covered parking on the rear. More modern, kind of contemporary glass door. In this location, we will probably do something like a fluted or opaque type glass for privacy off that main street. Again, working with staff to come up with an acceptable window selection, elements of the decorative awnings. In the rear, you'll see we've kind of divided or separated each of the sites with a small decorative fence to kind of create a zone in the rear of the property, even though there's really not much of a lawn. Similar to the previous presentation, we'll have kind of oversized through-wall mailbox for Amazon-type deliveries. We'll work with staff to pick kind of a vintage style light fixture, as well as hardware for doors and accessories, architectural pin-mounted numbers for the building address. And that is kind of an overview of the project in details. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Avila, staff for Historic Preservation. That was an overview of the 3 items that were opened up this morning for discussion. I would request that you have an overall discussion to address all the items. Our staff reports are very similar for each of them, and I'm going to go through them at this time. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Ybor City Design Guidelines. And when we were looking at the plans that were submitted, Mr. Whalen addressed the majority of the items, but I'd like to go back and focus on a couple of them. When we discuss new construction, elevation from grade and setbacks are very important to show the consistency within the fabric that's already established. So he has some additional information, I believe, that he could share with us addressing that item. The fencing and the hardscape and the scoring was addressed. He is going to rebuild the parkway off of 11th Street. And because there was a curb cut there, all of the automobile access will be coming in off the alley, as indicated on his drawings. The paired windows were corrected through the drawings that were presented today. Just to touch upon further, the consistency with the front facade with the area of where this new construction is coming forward. He has a stoop there, and the majority of the structures in that, in the historic district in that area have a full-length porch. We had discussed maybe the introduction of some windows that you could band together to give the appearance of a sunroom, or maybe a porch that was enclosed in the past to give that relationship with the public, because the property, the structures are so close to the property line. So that's something that we talked about. He did incorporate additional windows on that front facade, but I think there's an opportunity to have that glazing there and that openness to reflect to the area again. Once again, this was reviewed by transportation, by solid waste. Stormwater looked at it as far as the water flow and retention on site, and at this preliminary level, that the project could move forward as presented. So I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vila. Anyone here from the public wishing to comment on this case? Please come on up.
So, I object to this.
Please identify
project.
yourself.
Oh, excuse me. Not normal for me here. Robert Miley, 937 East 11th Avenue, adjoining this property right here. And I object to it for a number of reasons. First of all, the plans, I'm not detailed with plans, but I found several discrepancies in the plans. I don't have any answers to what a cross-access agreement means. They're not aware that this section they're trying to add to the driveway. There's utilities there, there's sewage there. I have photos of that. It's less than a shovel length from the property line. In addition, I have a tree survey from the property that shows numerous oaks, cherry laurels, and currently, you know, our rooster Paco, the owner of the property, we love his mother, she loves our rooster too. Our Paco sleeps in one of these oak trees. There's a family of raccoons with 4 baby kits. There's blue jays, there's cardinals there, doves, and I'm sure you just want to get rid of all of it, just shovel it all under. The canopy, I have photos of that. I didn't know how to present this. I didn't know what to do to come here. So I have pictures that I'd like to show you if I could, give to you to look.
Sure.
Have a letter from a lawyer previously objecting for reasons as well. Okay. Oh, the pictures. This was this
We have the
alleyway.
monitors changed to the Elma. Thanks.
Oh, this alleyway. There's no way I can show you these pictures in 3 minutes. I'll give them all to you to look at. Basically, the discrepancies in the plans. Just, plans show dashed lines indicate the location of existing non-contributing structure to be demolished and also existing accessory structure to remain. They're both exactly the same. Some plans show new 5-foot alley, expanded 5-foot alley, 5-foot added the alley, proposed improved alley. They're all different. So I don't know what else may be different either. My concerns are, this is not needed, and this will take from me and give to him. And I object to it for those reasons. And for the wildlife, for the trees, the canopies. May I leave all this with you?
Sure, please.
Okay. Okay.
And just for clarification, your property is, you're adjacent, you're on 11th Avenue, 937, so is that, you're right on the proposed alley?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Mr. Vila? Those are Google map photos showing that, that alleyway has been in use as a driveway, for probably 60, 70 years.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to pass those around and take a look at it? Okay. Anyone else here from the public wish?
I don't need any of that back. Just, you can hang on to it.
Okay. Anyone else here from the public wishing to comment? Seeing none, we'll ask them questions of the applicant on their applications. Okay. Commissioner has requested a 5-minute recess before we come back to questions. Any objections to that? Okay. Apologies to the applicant. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back. Thank you. applicant. Who will start?
Can I look at this?
Liz?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought, okay. So in the alley, particularly in the alley, it opens up into that parking lot? Is there a cutoff on the alley? Right down there on that end?
Down here. Yeah, so we were originally proposing to redevelop all 4 properties. Through the course of kind of the design, the understanding of the codes for the new construction versus the existing, basically it eliminated the need for us to do any relocation or demolition on that 4th site. So we're proposing to just leave it as is, and there are no new parking requirements for parking on site for this property. So in terms of like all the context, you know, this is, I'm not sure if it's vacated alley, but it's definitely no longer in use, and that would have been the primary access, as well as through access path for this block. So none of these homes have on-site parking. They all park on 11th Avenue, and if you drive there, you can see it's very
Right.
dense during the day and at night. So
Did your 4th property here, that one right there, did you bring that back before us before? Did that come before us?
I don't believe so, no.
For some reason, I'm thinking we've discussed this alley before. Okay. And it's public alley, it's open, it's accessible, it's all that. City deems it as a functioning alley?
No, so this is a vacated alley. So this 6 foot is a portion of these properties. So to make it a legitimate alley access for these 3 properties, we need to widen it to meet dimensional standards. We need to provide enough depth on site to be able to enter the parking
Right.
space and then back out with these aprons that
Okay.
we're showing.
And that makes sense. So it currently, and you said the 6 feet belongs to the 3 properties, correct?
Correct.
And then, so the 5 feet or the additional footage that you're adding to that 6 feet, again, belongs to those 3 properties?
That's correct.
Okay. And did transportation approve of that?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
We may need to clarify this.
Okay.
It's still just an active alley.
That portion of it? Okay. So, I'm kind of getting it confused. I'm sorry. The 6 feet is an active alley, but it doesn't meet any of the dimensional standards. So we're taking 5 feet of our property to improve its width.
Okay, so the 6 feet that's currently there is an active alley, right? Or
Per
the city?
the city, yes. It's
Right.
currently being used as a private driveway to the
Right.
adjacent property.
Okay.
Do you have
And then,
Do you
just,
have a survey?
Yes. Let's see,
and the city's taken a look at your, did you say transportation has approved your alley layout? And they're okay with that? How will,
Ron Vila with Historic Preservation, let me interject. I was in some of these meetings. If you could go back to the plan that you showed from above, Greg?
the model or the
The
site plan?
model, as you look for the survey. So there's 2 segments there. There's like a dimensional line there that's cut in there. If you look to the left, that's the 6 foot from the cursor to the west. That's a 6 foot portion of what was an alley that is open but unimproved. It's never been vacated. To meet transportation's requirements at a minimum of 10 foot for an alley to have 2-way traffic, he widened it. They took a little bit of their property, 5 foot of their property, so the whole dimension of the alley now, or thoroughfare, will be 11 foot across. He needs the dimension of the 11 foot plus another 13 foot into his property to get the 24 foot backup that's required by transportation's standards. So this has been reviewed, and as presented, it can move forward. It meets transportation's requirements.
Okay, that was part of my question, and I just am trying to understand the alley in it being active and being used as a private drive by someone who's not, it's not their property.
Part of
Okay.
the cross-access agreement is because as the cars come into the furthest most parcel to the south, they're gonna cross other people's property, so they have to have that agreement to
That
come
they can do
across.
that, right.
Those three properties, and maybe in the future, the historic property, but is not indicated on this plan, will have to enter that cross-access agreement.
Is the alley open on both ends, or is there only one access off 11th?
There's one opening off of 11th Avenue.
Okay, and then
As
it
he
comes
was-
to a dead end on that fourth property,
That's
right?
correct, yes.
Okay, and then the other alley, the back alleys of the other property, that's a vacated alley,
Through a different,
a different, right.
development.
Okay,
That's correct.
and that's fine, okay. Okay, I just wanted to understand that a little bit more, just because it was questioning. I think that was my main question right now, just understanding the alley.
I apologize for that confusion.
Do you have a survey?
Yes. Let me, So each of these, I have an AutoCAD version, but basically this is, each of these properties are imported into the survey that we had done. So it's showing the 6-foot existing alley here, shaded in the darker gray. And then this is the new 5-foot improvement. You can see these, we'll zoom in here.
Right?
You can
No,
see
that
these
makes
circles, so
sense.
that's the corner of the actual platted 4 lots.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Morning.
Good.
You had shown a couple different roofing material selections. You had an SBS roof, and it looks like that's really only maybe behind those concealed parapets where those 2-story walls that go up.
So right on top of this little mass, there's kind of a low slope setback here to get that kind of pop out feel. So we would envision that happening here.
No guttering there?
Really not much here, and then the back of this parapet wall would end up being kind of a cricket that distributes the water around the back of it.
And on those bump outs there in the front especially, there's no guttering for that. That just kind of goes off the edge of a drip edge or something there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because probably, at least a foot or more of it is kind of covered by this overhang that'll go down to the standard gutters on the north and south side. So the surface area of this is
Right.
fairly limited. So.
Gotcha. The roof that you show here looks like a Galvalume type selection on the standing seam. And in the material selection palette, you showed as a black roof. Which is the preference?
I don't know that we have one. I think once we make all the final color selections, it may be a darker shade or maybe kind of a silver color like this. But I guess that we'd ask that the color selection is worked out with staff to determine.
Okay. In terms of landscaping requirements, you're showing some plantings here along the right-of-ways and stuff like that. Are there specific planting requirements that you have to meet, given that you're occupying so much of the site for each of these 3 different properties?
So we did meet with the various departments. One of the aspects is we're going to end up needing to bring a civil engineer on to verify drainage and slope of these sites. The concept is that it would sheet flow between the homes. Everything runs from kind of the west high side here and comes down and to the south on 11th Street. So everything kind of funnels from west to east and then south. So between the homes, we envision potentially small swales. So that really just leaves landscaping on the front facades and then on the far property north and south elevations.
Do you know what your requirements are? Do you have any tree requirements that have to go back in there?
We'd basically meet whatever the minimum landscape criteria is. Again, with that 3-foot setback on the north side, it's probably limited to some low shrubs and bushes and that kind of thing.
Okay, and on the alley, is there a minimum dimension that first driveway needs to be held back off the road?
Well, we flipped the house into this orientation specifically to keep it set back. Now, what that distance is, I'm not sure. But when we reviewed this, and we had at least 2 meetings with transportation, they reviewed all the dimensions of the apron, the depth of the alley, the depth of the queuing, backup space, and then the actual parking space itself. So to answer your question, I'm not sure what that is, but it's been vetted with transportation.
Okay, and all of the houses are raised up on a, looks like 2 or 3 steps off of the, surrounding grade.
Mm-hmm.
What is the dimension that you chose for the homes there, and how does it relate to the rest of the neighborhood?
So the driving design concept was to keep it under the 30-inch to eliminate handrails and that type of thing. In terms of what is prevalent around it, it is so diverse. It goes from almost on grade as you get, a block or 2 away on this off of 11th Avenue as you're heading west, because you're kind of going uphill, and as you go to the north to the interstate, everything kind of funnels almost to this site. Directly across the street goes from having just a small, maybe under 36 inches along these homes, to directly across the street, the entire site is raised up 3 feet, and then the home is probably 3 feet up. So it's quite high, but I think it's just site specific. Ron had shown one of the pictures looking down right here along 11th Avenue, and you could see this landscape retaining wall taper from maybe a foot here all the way to about 3 feet here. So it's a pretty good grade, all funneling towards this location.
And the 4th house that's remaining at the end of this alley, what's that grade? How far off the ground is that one?
So it's a little taller. I think I had it in one of the sample photos. No, I don't have that. But it's we measured, it's I think just over 3 feet tall.
Okay, no more questions.
Could you pull back up your survey as well, please? So it looks like from an existing survey, there were some trees along the alley. So isn't there some mitigation required for those trees, and where would those kind of go?
So those would be part of this kind of next phase. When we get the civil engineer and landscape architect involved, we would work those details out.
Okay. And then, Could you also discuss like the front setback and sort of your stoop condition as opposed to the front porch condition that you have, and so how it kind of relates to the front setback of the existing building, and maybe some precedents for how you came up with that the sort of the stoop condition as opposed to the full covered front porch?
So, couple driving factors. One, these properties are really small footprints, the area, so we needed to kind of maximize the total building area, especially given the fact that with the parking requirements at the rear, we have a 10-foot setback in the rear, but with the parking and that queuing depth, it really made us push the whole back setback, further than was required. So we're trying to take advantage of every square foot of buildable area. So the front setback is 10 foot, and so that's where we have set the main building line, with exception of kind of the small porch and steps coming down out in front of that. And that pretty much relates to that existing structure to the south. While its main facade is just slightly back from that 10-foot, maybe 11.5-foot setback there, the large porch extends a lot further out than in the mass of it, kind of towards the street. So while the code is 10 foot, it's also matching that existing structure, and you can kind of see that line here, what we're trying to achieve. And then in terms of the more of the stoop rather than the full porch, I think it was a combination of one, needing the square footage for interior, because obviously unless you're cantilevering the second floor, that space affects both floors. And then also trying to get away from a direct, in my mind, a mimic of the historic homes, in giving this a little bit of a spin of a contemporary feel. And so making use of different materials, keeping all the same scale, massing, and that type of thing. But in terms of a traditional porch, which, again, it's debatable on whether how effectively they're really used. So in this instance, with the small footprint, we made it enclosed.
Thank you. Could you also talk a little bit about, I might have missed it, I saw some of the material palettes for the stoop and the entryway of the home, but could you talk about how the improved alley as well as the driveways and what sort of materials those would be?
Mm-hmm. I would say that is to be determined. We would probably end up doing an asphalt drive just due to the vehicular traffic aspects and costs of alley improvement. But then as you come off of the alley itself, we wanted to differentiate and kind of make that feel more like a special paved driveway. So we're showing kind of a running course type paver here. That would be a thick paver, and then underneath the overhang where the actual parking space is, that would switch back to the hexagonal thin paver that is typical of the front and rear porches and this parking space.
Were there any utilities or anything that ran along that alley that you're looking to improve on?
I'm not aware of it. Again, we went through so much kind of master planning on this project that our last discussion was that getting civil involved for the drainage and landscape, that would be kind of a natural progress on that development.
And then, last question here for me is, would you happen to have like a wall section through a window or anything that we can talk about from foundation all the way up to roof?
Yes. So these are the more kind of the construction document type plans that are under develop. They're being developed now. So we have the exterior facades, north-south building sections, east-west building section, and then enlarged wall sections that are kind of under development right now. So this kind of gives you the general mass and detailing of the walls.
Could you maybe just zoom in on the, I think it was, what, maybe number 2? And then we can just go from foundation all the way to the top with all the call-outs you have and just kind of talk about all the materials and the methods of construction that you have there.
So it'd be a continuous wall footing on a stem wall that we will have, no more than 30-inch high. So that will be exposed architectural block on the bottom. And then going from the floor line up, it'll be a combination of, depending on where this wall section is taken, it'll either be the 3-part stucco on block, or it will have furring and hardy siding. Then going up, this portion of the wall section and window details has not really been developed thoroughly yet. But if you look at the model and the facade, we have kind of the hardy trim wrapping the windows, and so because of the block construction, we'd end up wrapping those back in the window openings. And so all the windows will kind of be set in nice blockwork style versus a nail-on and kind of front-facing. Then moving up, we go past the floor. Again, we'll look to the elevations on certain trim details. And then as we go up, it will just have a very minimal overhang. We envision that being maybe a vented hardy panel, soffit fascia, or soffit, and then the half-round gutter and round downspouts.
And so one more question. And so could you talk a little bit about the lighting, the exterior lighting around the building as well? I saw you had something above, like, on top of the gable, but maybe what's at the stoop and maybe what's at the rear of each of the homes as well?
Yes, right now we just have, we kind of have a downlight that will kind of light up the upper portion of the facade of the gable, both on the front and rear. And then I believe we are showing a sconce light at the main entrance that will light the front porch. And under the parking space, I would imagine we'd probably just do some recessed downlights to,
And then do you have anything at the rear entryway as well?
Don't know that we've shown it on this. But I think we'd probably end up doing a similar sconce on that back.
And none of these fixtures have been finalized yet either, right?
What's that?
Have any of these fixtures been finalized yet? They haven't been selected yet?
No.
Okay.
I think the thought is that we're looking for kind of that historic or vintage type feel, and that we would work with staff on as we get close to making those selections.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. So, can we look at the side elevation on the circulation side? 'Cause I think,
in
what's
here?
going on? Yeah.
So the, I apologize, the SketchUp model does not fully show the design intent. So we'll go to the construction drawings. Where is it? Here. So this is really what we're doing on that facade. As I mentioned in the quick presentation, we have like kind of a small punched opening at the bottom of the stair landing, allows a little light into that entrance area.
Right.
You have the stair coming up here. There's a landing, I believe here. This might be for the master bedroom. We had 2 windows on that side. And
All
that-
all your windows, like here, they're shown as a single panel, but they're all double hung, like even on your front elevation, you're on a lower level, they show as a single window there, but I think your intent, everything's gonna be double hung with a mid sash.
So, no, the intent on these was that these would be fixed. And the reason for that on this facade is, again, it's that 6 foot, between the 2 homes. The operable windows are on the rear for this bedroom. So unless it's kind of an egress window required from the bedrooms, that's where we'd have the double hung windows. Otherwise, we're kind of mixing in a little bit of that kind of contemporary fixed window style.
All right,
So,
can
so
we-
that shows up, very minimally here on this side, and then the large window on
Well,
the,
that's broken up.
yeah,
I
on
mean,
on
that's
that north.
broken up with walls, and there you can see kind of the double hung, single hung windows. I mean, you have an intermediate pane, and I think those taller
Yes.
windows back in that master bedroom would need to speak that same language, just to have that.
Have that
Because
mix.
like your larger mass, you break up already. And then if you go look at your front facade, you're showing a single, 2 windows side by side with a single pane. And I think all these need to have that intermediate volume,
Okay.
except for the smaller ones, would help define it.
At a shift here. This was actually a discussion that we had with Ron, and one of our thoughts was that these windows down here in the office were like casement style, and so that they would open up and kind of have a little bit of a sunroom type feel, or something that was really a little more open and engaging with that streetscape.
Okay,
So that was a kind of a last minute change. You can see there's even some little drafting issues here where the sill isn't centered under it. But that was the thought on that, where we're not showing the double hung. In this case, those would be casement style.
okay, and I think that stems from that conversation. Yeah, just like everywhere else, looks like double hung except for
Double
that
hung,
one.
yeah.
And that kind of stems from the conversation about the porches, right? Trying to open that up a little
Yeah, it
bit
was trying to
more.
make that lower level feel engaged with the street.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure that, I think it would be nicer if they all kind of spoke the same language there,
Just-
especially with your, and, I know your side element with the larger window, I think that's nice because you kind of address the street edge in the corner, so that's a nice, unique treatment for that corner, and you're addressing that. You showed photos before, we can go to a site plan or what have you. You showed photos and talked about triplets, the three houses all being similar. But then that third unit, the southernmost unit, you mirrored. So what's the reasoning behind there? Because I think
I
because
think
of
for
the driveway or?
No, I think it was just about, the primary view from these units is one-sided. So once we got to that south side, and we weren't, kind of pigeonholed between adjacent structures, we turned it south because it all opens up over that contributing one-story structure. So we felt like the view from the bedrooms and kitchen and living room to the south would be best on that south location.
Okay, and, I think like you said, there's a number of precedents in this neighborhood, but we're looking at full porches here. I understand your space constraints. One thing that Mr. Thompson kind of hit on is making sure our finished floor elevations are similar, and I think 6 inches is close enough. The porch alignment, I think every example that we see has a full porch everywhere, and you're kind of making a design change. It's an active design change to limit that. Do you want to talk about that a little bit more of
Yeah, so
how that addresses the corner?
Sure. I really see that, that even though these are kind of single-family homes, that they start to feel like some of the multifamily projects that you see throughout Ybor. And so this is kind of just an example where you start getting more of those vertical masses and you get that very dense, close repetition of elements. And so, so we weren't quite so stringent on like the traditional porch. I mean, we've been through the neighborhood and kind of look at how some of these porches are used, or rather underused. And so some of them become maintenance issues and, you know, house storage and that type of thing. So we want it to be a very nice, gracious, formal entrance into the units and capture that interior space as well.
So if you want to go to some of your, front elevations, I have a pretty serious concern about the mod bit that's being exposed right there. I think that detail is kind of a little weird, meaning, you go from the hardy plank, hardy board up to a certain level, you try to meet your V-crimp roof detail there, your metal roof, but then you leave this band there of mod bit, which is just gonna get gunked up over time. Is there some other way that we can, it's almost like on a side here, it passes the roof plane, but here it stops short, and I don't know, I just think that's like a foreign element, and I'm kind of interested to see that getting developed more and see what your thoughts are on that, because mod bit's not very attractive. I mean, we usually put mod bit behind parapet so you don't see it, and here you're calling it out and putting it as a, granted it's up high, and it's only a couple feet, but it seems like there's a kind of a transition of a number of different elements there between your hardy board, your plank, your could be stucco at that point, and then you're topping that with a mod bit. It just seems like on the front facade and on the rear facade, there seems to be, it might just need to be worked through a little bit better to see if there's a better solution than having, it just seems like there's a gap there. Everything else is very conscious of what your use of materials and how they come up, and then it's just like this gap of a banding and thoughts on how to resolve that?
So, I mean, it's so small that it might even be best done with sheet metal, like break sheet metal. The dimension is 3 foot, so it's pretty small. It's, even if we did do it with mod bit, it'd probably be just one strip. So I think we would definitely be open to doing a piece of brake metal over it, keep it clean.
Almost make it like a coping, and,
Yeah,
and just like you did on your window element on the side, you put a coping cap there, maybe you transition some roofing behind it, it might be a stronger element to bring it out and pronounce it than try to, it's kind of it's like in that middle gray area.
It is. So. In fact, what I initially designed it as was a parapet right here with like an 8-inch, reveal, and then I had this sloping this way, and it just started causing some, construction detail aspects, and then how the water would be funneled off of this one point. And then when we started taking a look at the actual measurement of that roof, once you parapet it, it was so small, we decided to do this detail, and I'm in agreement that, the SBS is not the ideal material. However, I don't know that anyone will ever see it. So we would definitely be
so does
amicable
does
to
the edge
sheet
of the
metal.
edge of the shingle roof align with that, or is that step back?
It just steps back ever so slightly.
Yeah, it's almost like do a little parapet wall and have a little overflow drain just kicking it off to the side right
Off
towards
this
you.
side.
Towards you,
Right.
right where
Yeah.
your cursor is. Might be
And then
better
that
just
way,
kinda hide
any
it a
water
little bit.
coming down here would continue to sheet flow to the north. That's kind of what you're,
Yeah,
no, that makes sense too.
just to get that kind of as a defined element, that transition is just a little, because, you address it properly on your right elevation there with that window, and I think that's, that's a nice detail. And you've got like head and sill details in the stucco, they're gonna be traditional for the neighborhood. The hardy trim, you're gonna kind of trim that out, but this one's Is that like a little awning, like a
Yeah, so,
aluminum awning over the top?
we came up with a couple different concepts for this. We initially had something that was a lot more in scale and indicative of kind of these elements, but the setback and projection requirement on that north facade, I think, is going to limit us to like maybe an 8-inch or 12-inch overhang. So effectively on this, it just became kind of an eyebrow at the top.
Can we spin around and look at the rear elevation as well? And where you have the hardy board massing, that's minimal coming off of the main up on the second floor.
We wanted each of the facades to have that kind of combination of texture and material, even on these kind of narrow spaces, because those windows from this unit opening up and looking kind of at that wall, you'll get a sense of that material and color palette.
So on the southern unit, when your public space, so if we were looking at this on the middle unit, the part with the hardy board is more of your circulation space, or is that your open space within? That's your open space within. Your circulation's more on the garage side.
Correct.
So when you mirror this, you're gonna have your circulation, your more private areas, if you will, kind of butted up. So
we'll be
the
backed up
public
to-
space will be looking at the contributing structure.
South side, correct.
Okay. Okay. And we covered the wall sections. I want to go back to the site a little bit. What are the trees that are on the site? Do we have any idea at this point? Are they kind of nuisance trees? I know it look like palms and
I believe so.
too
The actual survey has them all identified and sized on them.
there's an oak.
It's my understanding that none of them are,
So you have to still go through the city with this? Or?
yes, yeah, that'll be part of the permitting process. And again, we kind of see that all tied in with the landscape design. We're not sure if we're going to need to do any type of underground retention. There were some conversations about when we take the impervious area of the alley and then start running it across our site. I think that was part of the technical aspect that we needed to work out.
Okay. Okay. Anyone have any other questions? No? Okay. You have a few moments for summary and or rebuttal of what we just discussed?
No, I mean, I definitely sympathize with the neighbor's condition. I know that he's had access to this alley for a while. But in looking at the configuration and massing of these buildings and the code requirements of having on-site parking now for new construction that pretty much doesn't exist on all the adjacent properties, it kind of put us into a fixed limited area where we needed to improve that for access to these properties. We're going for that contemporary feel, and we got a lot of good input from staff along the way. We made several changes, and I think they were all for the betterment of the design and the property. So we're enthusiastic about getting this into permit and starting construction on it.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. We can have discussion on this case among the commissioners.
James, I think the project is really nice. I would like to see some, maybe reconfiguration, whether it's the front stoop or just how to kind of maybe make that office area more of like a sunroom-like condition, and just kind of make it tie into the neighborhood a little bit better on just sort of that front elevation a little bit. I believe the way that they've improving the alley doesn't really affect their neighbor, but I could be wrong from the way I understand it. So they're widening that alley based on on the west side of their parcels on each of these three homes. So I don't believe that it would, negatively affect their neighbor or his property value. But I could be wrong in how I read that, right? So I think it should be okay for all of that. So those are the top comments off the top of my head there.
I think in terms of massing and scale, it's appropriate. I think that, you are getting a lot of development on those three different properties. But I think that goes along with what you're allowed to accomplish in terms of FAR. There are some details in the project that still need to be, determined and developed further. I think that some of the ways that, we talked about the SBS and that all of those little roofing details along the front require a little bit of special attention to make sure that, they don't get ignored until the last minute. I think that, the selections of the windows are, we have three different types. We've got the big one at the storefront type level. We've got the little punched openings that bring light in random spots depending on where they're at, bathrooms probably. And the other, I think the other windows all need to be the third one with the double hung with the element across the middle there, just so that we don't have multiple types of windows. Or we have three different types, not four. And I think that would make it come together a little bit nicer. There's a lot of material selections and stuff that we'll have to rely upon staff to coordinate. And it looks like the intent is for everything to be pretty much the same from one to the other to the third. The only difference I can see is the occasional mirroring of it, and then the choice of detailing at the larger window on the south side. That seems to be the only noticeable difference. But I like the presentation.
I like it as well. I think these will be nice additions to this community. And I think really that's all I have right now.
Yeah, I keep, the couple things I keep going back to is that transition of the details right there at the front roof, the mod bit, which I think is kind of foreign for that. The southernmost unit still kind of bothers me being mirrored. I think it would be a stronger project or overall if you mirrored it back so they were all the same. And I think that does a couple things for you here. One of the staff's concerns has been the porch out front, not being a full-length porch, but now you've got an adjacent contributing structure with an exposed porch there that you're putting a wall up against. So it's almost like you flip that unit back, so you put the porch adjacent to that kind of opens up, and I think it continues that rhythm of that porch on that street through all three units. And I think that would be like a little bit more palatable for the neighborhood in responding to matching adjacent setbacks and alignments of porch elements. I think that would just make this kind of like three little triplets, is kind of how you build it instead of, two half triplets and a, step triplet, I don't know. So I'd like the applicant to kind of consider doing that. I think that would go a long way with working with the porches and making that a little bit more open, and then they all have kind of the same view and have an open side and a more back of house side that all relates the same way. I do agree with you on the windows. I think that front window on the lower probably needs to be double hung to match that. I don't think that does a whole lot for you by having a casement or an awning. So having a simple double hung to open that up and being able to observe what's happening on the street, just so you keep it, you have your nice, double two-story side window that creates all your open space. Everything else should be double hung, and then you have a couple punched openings for your bathrooms and your stairways. So I think it just kind of simplifies your palette there. So those are my main concerns with this. But overall, I think the use of materials is great. I think it's a nice looking project. That area, you know, is kind of funny. I think we heard a similar case with, the church people who were parking on the thing, and it's like, you know, this, you know, I know this gentleman has been parking there for a number of years on an alley hasn't been used, but it's, you know, it's an alley that is there as an alley. So, you know, maybe another consideration there, you know, the children's sport, looks like the fence for that is on the south side of that alley, so maybe, you know, so there's something else that could be done to make that a loop going out to the other side. I'm not sure what happens further on down that. But he's certainly, you know, welcome to use that platted alley and maybe park on the rear of his property or something like that. So I feel for you that, you know, but it's an alley, it's a right of way, so you know, there's not too much we can do with that one.
What about the sewage? Just one other thing.
Well, the public hearing's closed now, sir, so we can't entertain any other. Appreciate it. Any other discussion among the commissioners? Are we ready for a motion? Yeah. Yeah.
Do you make them all at the same time and then vote, or you have to make one vote, make one vote, make one vote?
Make a motion for final approval with conditions. Move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in BLC 23-158 for the property located at 2024 North 11th Street, Ybor City. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent
Do your conditions.
with the following condition, for the property located at, we did that, with the following conditions. One, applicant will readdress the window types, going back to 3 different types rather than 4. Applicant will coordinate with staff on final material selection for the roof materials, for the exposed architectural block, for the light fixtures, and the detailing of the roof substitution at the front. The, you know, going to a metal type, going to a brake metal in lieu of an SBS product on the front of the project.
Do we want to consider having them mirror that unit? That's the south unit, the one that we're on right now.
Is that the south?
Do we do that on this one, or does that apply to the one that we're gonna make that motion on?
That is this one.
This is the southerly unit. 2024 is adjacent to 2022.
And the applicant will consider mirroring the unit to be in alignment with the proposed triplets that are being developed on these 3 sites, and work with staff on the final configuration and siting and orientation of that particular property. You know, because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Ybor City design guidelines of the City of Tampa, because it does meet and adhere to the Secretary of Interior standards for the design guidelines and the massing and scale and material selections of the project.
Second?
Okay, there's been a number of conditions placed upon this application. Is the applicant okay with conditions placed on this parcel?
Largely, yes. I would say that by flipping that unit, it's going to change the design of that whole structure, because of how the stairs and the rooms are all laid out. That south side is the bedroom side, which we're saying that we're agreeing that is best on the 6-foot side yard versus the open expanse to the south. I just want to, it's going to definitely take some rework and on that south side facade to get light into those rooms and stuff. So is it something we're like set, we just need to flip it? Or,
I'd say take a look at it. I think it would be, I think there's a couple things there, like with the porches being more in alignment with the contributing structure would be a beneficial thing.
perhaps we, I'll take a look at it, but if we can do the floor plan changes and only affect the front facade, that's kind of what we're looking for, is to keep that, the porch
But
to
you
the.
can't call it the triplets anymore. I think it's worth taking a look at
Take
it.
a look
and
at
see
it,
what
okay.
you can come in. And I think if it materially changes, we may need to take a look at it again, but that's okay.
Okay, yeah, that'll just take a little bit of study. I'll get with Ron, and if it's something that we need to come back for on that particular site, then we can do to update.
Okay.
Yeah, so to clarify the motion on this particular one, since we're only gonna do this once, the applicant, well, this is the fifth point, the applicant will look at modifying the porch configuration to be more southerly in conformance with the other locations of the porches.
Yes, we'd be agreeable to that for sure.
Okay.
Okay, motion amended?
Second?
Okay.
Okay. All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we'll get a second motion.
Yeah. Okay, buckle up. Move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in BLC 23-159 for the property located at 2026 North 11th Street, with the following conditions. Applicant will work with staff for final color selection on the roof, for final color selection on the exposed architectural block, for final light fixture selections. Applicant will revise window selections to be 3 different types rather than 4 different types, incorporating the double hung into the proposed casements that are in this current study. Because based upon the finding of fact, the proposed project is consistent with the Ybor City Design Guidelines of the City of Tampa for the following reasons. It complies and adheres to the Secretary of Interior's design guidelines and is responsive in terms of massing and scale and material selections to the historic character of the neighborhood.
Second.
Okay, there's been a number of conditions placed upon you for this. Applicant indicates he's okay with those
In
changes.
agreement?
All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move to grant a certificate of appropriateness for the drawings and documents presented at this public hearing in BLC 23-160 for the property located at 2028 North 11th Street, with the following conditions. Applicant will work with staff for the roof colors and material selections. Applicant will work with staff for the architectural block and its exposed, the selection of the exposed architectural block. Applicant will work with staff for the light fixture selection in each, or the exposed light fixture selections for the exterior. And applicant will work with, will adjust the window selection and detailing at this location to go with a double hung window in lieu of the casement windows at the study area on the corner. Because based upon the finding of fact that the proposed project is consistent with the Ybor City Design Guidelines of the City of Tampa based upon the following reasons. Applicant is consistent in his interpretation of the Secretary of Interior standards, design guide reference in terms of massing and scale and material selection as it relates to the historic character of the Ybor City neighborhood.
Second?
There's been a number of conditions placed upon this application. Is the applicant okay with these conditions?
We're in full agreement, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, all in favor of said motion? Say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We appreciate your input and review on it, and look forward to getting it into construction. Thanks.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Moving down our agenda, the next item is BLC 23-161. This is for the address indicated on the agenda at 1301 East 4th Avenue. There is a non-contributing structure that dates back to 1942 on that site. The underlying zoning is a PDA. On your staff report, it shows YC6, which was the prior zoning. In 2022, it came forward, received a recommendation by this board and ultimately City Council to change the rezoning to, or received a rezoning to the PDA. The request is for a certificate of appropriateness for a commercial office building to repurpose the existing warehouse with some site improvements. Briefly going through the photo presentation. We start with the 1929 Sanborn map. You see the fabric that was there. It was a lot of open area at that time. Property in question will be this one in green. The historic district boundaries bisect this block here. This other green area is the next project that's gonna come forward, so they're in tandem, so I just wanted to illustrate that as well. But we are focusing on this one with this next request. And the applicant and agents will provide additional documentation as they go through the process to show you what's in the district that you have purview over and what's outside of the district that is just gonna complement the overall design concept. This is our vicinity map. This is showing the boundaries. This is our southern boundary of the Ybor City map. This is the area in question here. Moving from an aerial, you see the rooftop of the existing structure. This is referred to as Eagle Supply, a former tenant. From the boundary lines to the north is in the district. From the boundary line to the south is obviously outside the district. This is looking back at the non-contributing structure that's there from the roundabout. This is the west elevation. Just to show the elevations of the non-contributing structure, this is the southernmost elevation with the paseo, as they call it, as part of the project that's coming forward. This is the non-contributing building that's to the north, to the south, that's outside the district. This is looking at the facade along the trolley line. This is the west. Looking to the south down the trolley line. And some couple shots along the roundabout that will be repurposed, and the grid will be re-intact as this overall project comes forward. Looking back at, this is the portion of the non-contributing structure. This is the north facade that's in the district. This is 4th Avenue. This is the eastern facade. Just looking down 4th Avenue. This is part of the non-contributing facade that's in the district. This area over here is the next project that you're going to review that is completely in the district. 4th Avenue to the east. This is the subject site for the next project that is just to the north of the current site. Just showing the buildings and the massing that's there now to the north. This is 4th Avenue. We're looking at the non-contributing building that's to the south. You have a section of Masonite that was a conversion to an older building. That is a local landmark. This is the new construction that was reviewed by this board. You have the Ohio Hotel in the background, and you have the brewery in the background here as well. That concludes the photo presentation, and the agent can address the board at this time.
I understand that we have additional people here that may need to be sworn. Alexis, do that.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be providing today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Graham Tyrrell with Kettler, 1314 East 7th Avenue in Ybor. great to be here today. I want to just give you a little bit of background on where we are with this project as a whole. This is obviously part of the Gasworks project, so it extends much more beyond the two parcels we're talking about today. But also wanted to introduce you to the team we have here. They will go through in much more detail about the two particular projects, but just for some background, if you recall, we did get the approval of the zoning for Gasworks back in September of last year. It was actually a second zoning. The original zoning application was for what we call parcels W1 and W2. So that's the parcel that's actually under construction right now on Nucia Parkway. And the second one, I think you've seen fairly recently with our team coming in for that approval as well. What we're talking about today is what we call parcels E1, 2, and 3. That's the next phase of Gasworks, and that's really centered around that brick warehouse building that Ron just showed you in the pictures. But it's a great combination of mixed use. It's residential, office, retail. Obviously, a big part of what we're doing right now is also to do with infrastructure. We're putting in a lot of the utility work and the road work that's going to come along with this. So today I have with me John Clifford with S9 Architects. John will walk through building design and generally the overall sort of aesthetics of the projects. Also have Alan Ward with Sasaki, and Alan will talk sort of more about the public realm design and the components there. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to John. And we also have a model here we'd like to show you as well. I'm not sure I'm going to put that somewhere, but Kevin here from Kettler will take it up to the front.
I'll get to that in a second. If we're going to the PDF, Ron, I think we did something up here. And then
Yep, just came up.
I just got on a scroll, but I'll. Do you want to do this? Sure, I can. Or do you
I'll
want
do
to
this. Nope, I can.
That's just the scroll.
Good morning. My name's John Clifford from S9 Architecture, 322 8th Avenue in New York, and I've been sworn in. It's my pleasure to present both E1 and E2 here for the Gasworks development. We put a lot of effort into this, especially in its context to the historic district, and I'm going to walk you through just a little bit of our design approach, what our background was, and then we'll go to the E2 buildings, both the the non-contributing boat truss and the new office building on the E2 block. So just again, where the site is, we really wanted to capture the character of Ybor City and what makes it so special. And looking at the historic architecture within the historic district and how we can be inspired by some of that in a modern interpretation for the new buildings. And we really delved into a lot of the history, which is really fascinating about Ybor City and its history in Tampa's history. Our site, located on the southwest corner of the historic district, and there you can see it here, where it basically splits E2 in half from north to south. And we already saw these photos, so I'm going to skip. I'm going to scroll through a lot of pages because we have the other block first.
Page 50 is where we're going to start.
Yeah. Almost there. There we go.
So the case in front of us is for I think your E2 block.
E2.
I think they need to be addressed as two separate applications
Yes.
here.
So this is the E2 block that we're on now.
Okay.
Okay? So this is an aerial view of the block. It's currently occupied by a non-contributing structure about 70,000 square feet, a one-story warehouse building with a double bow truss built in 1952. And you can see that we intend to adaptive reuse the western portion of the site and then build a new office building on the eastern portion of the block. This is a ground floor plan of that. So again, you can see the adaptive reuse where it says E2 Retail. We're actually opening up the structure along Channelside Drive because it's a very narrow sidewalk there along the streetcar tracks. So we're going to have a covered, partially open and partially covered kind of front porch there. And then everything in darker pink will be retail. And then as you move toward the east, the office building will be there. We're trying to activate the ground floor as much as possible with retail, other than the blue, which is the office lobby. And our idea was to really bring the historic district character into the site. This is where the historic district boundary is, and then development to the south will be more modern. So where that confluence happens is kind of the heart of this overall new micro-neighborhood within Ybor City of Gasworks. Ground floor plane of the two buildings. Again, starting on the west side on Channel side, you can see that we're opening up the roof where you can see the X marked out, keeping the steel structure that goes to the existing western brick wall, and then there'll be a covered part of that outdoor space so that the public can see the wood ceiling and the bow trusses, and then the pink will be enclosed conditioned space. And then as we go to the east, we have another cut, again, similar situation where the roof will be maintained, but it's open for the first bay so people can see the wood ceiling and the bow trusses from the exterior. And then the office building, about 25,000 square feet footprint, occupying the eastern part of the block. This goes up second floor, so you can see typical floor plans of the office. You'll see these cutouts and balconies when we get to the renderings and elevations. And here's the roof, where you can see where it's cut out versus covered. Oh. What just happened? There we go. We got a little issue with the Acrobat. For the new office building, what we wanted to do is really think about what makes Ybor City special. And one of the things that was really interesting is the repetitiveness of arches in a lot of industrial buildings, but also in some of the commercial buildings. But there's still this industrial grid, especially in some of the old factories, and how we could interpret that in the new building. So this would be the western facade looking up from the street. Again, you can see those arches with articulation in metal above the window frame. This is a precast system. We have a sample here if you'd like to see it. And we really also were inspired by the colors that are throughout Ybor City. This is a view on the Paseo, 3rd Avenue, the existing non-contributing structure looking toward the east. And this is with the proposed development. So we're taking that 1952 warehouse, opening it up onto the Paseo, which would be a pedestrian street, and then you can see the new office building on the eastern end of the block. You can see the balconies that are cut out, and also on the ground floor. We're using brick on the ground floor to continue the context of the warehouse building and reveal that also within the balconies above. And then, as proof of concept, we wanted to go back once we designed the building and look at it in the collage of some of the historic buildings of Ybor City, which is a very exuberant, colorful, kind of dynamic historic architecture. And we felt that this kind of showed that it's genetically connected to Ybor City. I don't either. That's 'cause the pages are corrupted. No. Huh?
I do have a hard copy.
Yeah, we'll have to put it on the screen here. Sorry. You want to use these smaller ones?
We'll just do manual page.
Okay. Thank you. Let me see where we were. Hold on.
This was page 62?
Yep.
And this is page 63.
Okay. Great. Sorry about that. So these are the elevations. This is the western elevation looking from Channel Side Drive. You can see we're making selective intervention cuts within the building, and again, this is open air. There won't be any storefront on this side because it goes into that public kind of front porch, and you'll see the outline of the office building behind on the east end. The elevation along the Paseo of the new office building. I'm sorry, this is.
The building separation. Or
No, I'm
this
sorry.
is- Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. This is between the Bow Trust building and the new building. So this is the east elevation. The corner on 4th Avenue, we're bringing the precast down and solidifying. That's where the office lobby is. And then we're transitioning over to the brick as it goes out to the Paseo and becomes more contextual in the street wall with the existing office building, warehouse building. View on the Paseo in context. So you can see we're making these openings. If you start on the left, that's Channelside Drive. Those two openings don't have storefront. The first bay is open to the sky with the structure exposed, connecting to the existing western brick wall. The next bay is covered. So from the outside, you can see that existing roof structure and the wood ceiling and the steel joists. And then it goes to conditioned space with new storefronts aligned with the existing clear story windows, steel awning canopies that project out 8 feet that go all the way to the east. Then there's the cut between the Bow Trust warehouse and the new building, a brick base as it continues east on the Paseo to 14th Street, and then the precast system going up on the rest of the elevation. Coming around on 14th, this is where the service is and a lot of back of house is across from the Tico station, but continuing that brick podium and anchoring the corners with storefront for the retail that are on both 4th and 3rd. And then as you come along around to 4th Avenue, the brick kind of reverts back on the corner there because that's where the office lobby is. You can see that prime entry right there with the precast, and then there's the cut, and then we have the same condition that we had on the west side where it's open to the sky, open to the underside of the structure and the roof and enters into the retail on this side with new storefronts facing the street. This shows a little bit of the detail and the sections of how this is working. So the precast system, the green concrete precast system with the articulated metal in the arch, and then where we have these selected balconies to reveal them as brick. Going down to the ground floor, how we're articulating that. This is the entry to the office. Here's where we bring the precast system all the way to the ground at that office corner to identify that, and then have a little cutout in brick again for the office entry. And this is what this cutout looks like. This is looking south from 4th Avenue. So you can see how we're keeping that roof so you can see it from the outside and see all that wood, pulling that back so this covered area at the main entry into some of this retail. And then we have two means to get into the office. One is on the left off of 4th Avenue, and another one is in this little courtyard where you see the canopy projecting on the left. We really want to engage all of this together. This is the existing view on the Paseo. And here's kind of a blow-up of the elevation of what we're proposing to do. Again, aligning new storefronts underneath restored clear story windows, and then adding new steel canopies that project out. Elevations of what we're actually doing here, where we're taking some of these things and putting in the new openings and their dimensions. So they're about 11 feet high and about 15 feet wide to align with the windows. Sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing what this is.
This is the section on the west side.
Yes.
Exposed.
This is a section on the west side. So on the, you see the brick wall to remain along Channelside, right along the streetcar tracks, and that structure will be exposed. And then the next bay, we probably should have extended the section, would be the roof structure exposed but covered. So this is approximately a 40-foot wide kind of partially covered, partially uncovered arcade, where we really want spill out into here and thinking about this as being a garden with outdoor seating and dining under the cover, and then landscaping in the open to the sky part, but also a lot of pedestrian circulation.
The other side, just the.
Yeah, just as a typical section along, this one's along Fourth, but along the Paseo, really just showing that we're going to keep the roof structure, re-insulate it, put a new roof on it, and then put these new openings in below the existing clear story windows that we will restore. And this is a view of what that looks like along the street. So again, just this rhythm of openings and canopies aligned with the existing architecture that is above. And this is an existing shot down the Paseo looking east. And here you can see it on the right proposed. So you see the relationship of the Bow Trust warehouse to the new building. And this is a view on Fourth looking south, right where the two buildings connect. Just to give you a point of reference, you can see the red steel column on the corner of the rendering on the right, really opening that up and activating it and creating another public space. Okay.
Okay, so I'm Alan Ward with Sasaki. We worked on the master plan, on the rezoning documents, and as part of that process, we developed a set of guidelines, so this public realm follows those guidelines for the street, for the sidewalks and public spaces that were developed in that master planning effort. So starting on the east side at 14th Street, these streets typically have parallel parking along them. So there are shade trees along the sidewalk zone, and then a fairly tight sidewalk condition, which I think is compatible with sort of the tightness of Ybor City. And there, of course, are service entries along 14th Street as well. Then when we reach the corner condition where there isn't parallel parking, and this is typical with 4th Avenue as well as 14th Street, there's more planting zone available, so we have larger shade trees towards the corner, and then kind of mid-sized shade trees in mid-block condition. So on 4th Avenue, you see the expanded planting areas on the west end, the east end, and that has sufficient soil zone to support large shade trees like live oaks. But then in the middle of the block, we're arranging the trees to kind of fit into this tighter condition. On the north side, there are balconies which extend from the residential building, so the trees are fit between that zone. And you notice on 4th Avenue, the parallel parking is treated with brick, so that's kind of a nod to the historic district and to the brick warehouse building. In addition, there are areas beyond the sidewalk zone, which is typically cast-in-place concrete. But beyond that, when you get into these courtyard zones, like, for example, this entry court on the north on 4th Avenue, which is a space where you enter the office building, to your left, to the right, you enter the retail and market uses, that would be treated with unit pavers, concrete unit pavers in some pattern, which I'll show in some later images. On the west, the idea here was, as you recall in the master plan, there's a park on the west side of Channel Side. So the bigger idea was that planted area and landscape of the park kind of engages Channel Side and extends all the way to this carve out in the warehouse building. So you see the planting is flanking the streetcar line, and then some of that planting is in that cutout zone, that 40-foot zone that was described earlier. And then that 40-foot zone has a tenant zone on the eastern side for those retail tenants, a circulation zone through it, and then common areas of seating in the midst of that planting. So when people come out of the market uses on the north, there's common area seating on the west side, and then there's tenant seating on the east side. So it's quite an interesting kind of tight, compact space, and of course half of that is also shaded by the existing roof. Now, the Paseo is a kind of a unique feature in the whole design. You know, these other conditions are typical sidewalk conditions. So we're showing a pattern of concrete unit pavers on the Paseo itself. It's kind of a nod to the historic district with a large hexagonal pattern. And we're still developing that design. And the planting then, the shade trees are set back in the Paseo so they don't conflict with that fire lane in the middle, which is the paved zone. And then right against the fire lane are palm trees, because it's a tighter condition, we can't intrude onto the fire lane. So there's a mixture of large shade trees, live oaks, which will over time provide quite a lot of shade, combined with then these rows of palm trees. But our typical condition on these sidewalks is shade trees to provide as much shade as possible in the public realm. Let's go to the next slide or page. We are working with Ricky Pederico on the planting, as we did on the W1 landscape, which we showed to you some time ago. So here's some images that show the furnishings and the planting, the street lighting. You know, these are narrow streets. The street lights are staggered on either side of the street. They're meant to be kind of in the background, not in the forefront. The unique light is that Paseo light in the third image on the top. The signage is governed by the guidelines, has a certain limitation, but it should be in the spirit of an old industrial district, use of metal and kind of simple industrial materials, as you see in this kind of precedent that we're showing here. And then in these special zones, whether they be these courtyards off of the sidewalk or these slight little indentations where retail occurs, that's where special paving is introduced. So for example, the outdoor tile pavers, these are tiles with some texture so they're not slippery, would be in these little indentations where you enter retail to create something distinctive at the front door to those tenant spaces. The furnishings are simple, durable metal furnishings that you would expect in an area that still has somewhat of a gritty quality, was an industrial district, so simple, durable materials. You see the benches, trash receptacles, bike racks. On the bottom, the brick in the parallel parking spaces, and then a few precedents there of colorful concrete unit pavers, which would characterize the Paseo design. Okay, let's go on. This, the zones with the street tree plantings are typically 5 feet wide, 12 feet long. So as compared to the rest of Ybor City, that's a pretty significant planting zone, which should give good soil zone to support the growth of trees, large trees over time. And that planting zone has a ground cover, shrubs 12 to 36 inches high, a whole range of species here. So that's a pretty significant kind of change in character from other parts of Ybor City to add a fair amount more planting along the sidewalk zone. And the sidewalks are minimum 5 feet wide, and they widen a bit where buildings are set back or where there's indentations. As I mentioned, typical street trees are these shade trees. The palms are only where we have a fire lane or limitations because of the streetcar line where we can't get bigger shade trees. So here's just a plan diagram of those planting areas related to the street trees and the Paseo as well. Okay. Prototypical conditions and this palette of plant material, some native, some others, but that's this kind of 12 to 36 inch high, low planting in the planting beds that support the growth of the trees. So here's a section of the Paseo. So there's alternating conditions. You can see on the left the larger shade tree. Actually, yeah, this is the Paseo. And the larger shade tree, and then right against the Paseo would be the palm trees. So it alternates between those two to create quite a distinctive planting palette along that street, along with this understory planting that kind of defines the fire lane. And then here it is kind of combining the two with the palms along the fire lane and then the shade trees setback. There also are some change of grades along here that we're dealing with, so some of the tenant spaces are slightly elevated, which will be kind of an interesting condition on the Paseo. And this is a section of Fourth Avenue with these small, mid-size shade trees towards the middle of the block. There, in all cases, there's 18 inches of paving next to the parallel parking spaces to get out of the car, to avoid the planting areas and the trees. Always a minimum of 5 feet of clear walkway as well. I think we saw that one. So this is 14th Street. It's a relatively tight condition, although we are gaining some pedestrian space by the resizing of these lanes from the existing condition. So you see that this is crepe myrtle along 14th Street in that 4-foot planting zone here, 5-foot walkway, and then parallel parking along the warehouse. We're gaining a little space on the east side to help add some planting to screen the TECO substation. And we're coordinating the idea of working with TECO on this wall that helps visually screen the substation at eye level. And then you have planting in front of the wall, planting along the street as well. So that's a transformation of that condition from what you see there today. And then the section at Channelside on the left, there's parking on one side, on the west side along the park. Palms right next to the streetcar line because we're constrained there in terms of planting other sorts of trees. The existing streetcar line, about 12, 13 feet. And then planting along that sidewalk, a clear zone of walking in that 40-foot pedestrian zone carved out of the warehouse building with the public seating, path, and then tenant space against the building. Okay.
So would you like us to go straight into the presentation of the next building, or talk about this one first?
We're gonna stay with this one right now. Is that the end of your presentation on the
Yeah.
E2?
And I just wanted to just also remind everyone, we showed you a lot of information, obviously, on the Paseo area. That technically is south of the historic district line. So, you know, I think that was already addressed in our design guidelines, but we wanted to give you that, obviously, for context, for reference, and so you understand the general, you know, idea behind the design philosophy.
Mr. Vila?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. In reviewing this application, I want to bring to your attention that in 2022, the PDA was approved to indicate the footprint of the structure, the massing of the structure, the location. All of that has been approved in place and is consistent with what was approved this morning. As part of that PDA, the design package, as far as the streetscape and the landscape goes, there is guidelines that were associated with the PDA that were approved and were incorporated into the presentation this morning, and that is consistent as well with that prior PDA as they went through their presentation this morning. They were consistent in the materials that were shown. Staff finds that this application was consistent with the Ybor City Design Guidelines. There were some additional items that we had to discuss. If this is going to move forward to a final, the sign package, he indicated some direction for the signage. Obviously, it's not developed at this time completely, so that would be delegated to staff or to a future public hearing. There was some reference to the canopies that were shown here, the undulation of the building in and out. I think there's some dimensions that you could play with to be consistent with the historic district. They showed some images of the historic district and then incorporated that into the design as well. And then the multiple wall sections that were illustrated needs to go through the material selection item by item. I would start from grade, go to the ridge or the parapet, and kind of call out all those materials as defined at this point. If there's some still items that are being identified, that could be for future discussion as well. And that concludes this portion for me.
Thank you, Mr. Vila. Anyone here from the public wishing to comment on this case? Seeing none, we'll move into some questions of the commissioners of the applicant. Who wants to go? Lee?
Could we just, as Rhonda mentioned, could we talk about maybe the general signage and just anything that, if any of that has been developed yet, to start off with?
We've shown conceptual signage here. We're showing one sign on the top of the office building along the parapet. And then we're showing a district identity sign on the west side of the Bow Trust building. And then the rest of the signage is primarily identifying signage for the tenants in a, I don't want to say a sign band because we don't really want it to be suburban, but in a similar way that you see in Ybor City above the storefronts with blade signs, small blade signs to identify them along the arcade.
Great. And then could you go over, pull up your wall sections, and can we go over from, basically foundation to ridge on,
The new building or the,
maybe one on the new building and one on the existing warehouse?
it might be easier if you want to use the small one here.
Yeah, hard. There.
Which one is this? So this is the warehouse building, the existing warehouse building. This is on the west side. You want me to just go through this one individually?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. So this is the west side, along Channelside Drive. We are keeping the existing brick wall. We're putting new openings in. Right now, I think maybe there's one existing roll-up door there. We're putting new openings in kind of along a bay, not trying to be too formal. That will allow people to go from the public sidewalk into this 40-foot pedestrian zone. The existing steel bow truss building structures will stay above, so you can see them right there where it says existing steel truss. That's approximately 20 feet, the first bay. The bays actually vary within this structure as well. The next 20 feet as you go east will still be roofed but open to the air, so you'll see those bow trusses and you'll see the underside of the wood roofing there. And so then 40 feet from this existing brick wall will be the new weatherproof wall of the building, which will be storefronts facing out to this 40-foot public space.
And then will you have to weatherproof those existing trusses that are gonna be exposed at all?
Yeah, we're going to have to, they're steel, so we're going to have to paint them so that they are weatherproof, yes. The next section is along the Paseo. We're really kind of keeping that wall exactly where it is and putting in new openings approximately 11 feet high that align with the existing clear story steel windows that are there. We intend to restore the steel clear story windows, put new storefront below it, a new roof with insulation under it over the bow truss, and then canopies at each of the new storefronts. Okay. Is that good for that building, and we can go to the bigger building? Okay.
Yep.
So here,
Just also
yeah,
from-
just so you can see it, it's maybe a little easier. So like the stone lintel that's there is existing, and those clear story windows are existing. The cut is new, and the canopy is new. This is on the Paseo side. Okay.
And then, just kind of the same photo, just for reference, but this is on the north.
That's on the north side. This is pretty much the only entry that exists on the north side right now. It goes into the office. There's a couple of steps. The rest of the street wall is blank. There's no openings or doors. And here you can see it along the Paseo. So even here, I think there's actually 3 openings. They're kind of after the fact roll-up doors that were cut in. So we're going to put new openings below each of those clear stories that you see on the right-hand side with the canopies. Okay. All right, want to go to the other building? So this is the wall section at Fourth Avenue, right next to the office entry. So there's, each of the bays is a precast system with the glazing inserted, and then within the arc of the arch is a corrugated metal decorative panel for articulation. The floor-to-floor height is about 13 feet for the office. And then as we come down, the ground floor varies. We use the same precast system at the corner of Fourth Avenue where that cut is up against the warehouse building to really accentuate the office lobby, which you can see right here. That's the office lobby. And then as it goes away from that corner, the precast system kind of dissolves and goes back to the contextural brick that is derived from the warehouse building itself. So it goes on 14th Street where there's brick on the ground floor and onto the Paseo side where there's brick, so that the street wall of the Paseo from 14th to Channel side will be brick, and then above that is this precast. Okay. And then as we go up the building, within the new building, there are select balconies that are kind of L-shaped. So they really are on the corners. So they alternate so that there's a long side and then there's a short side on the corners. You can see it in some of the renderings. And what we're proposing is that that back wall and even the ceiling, and you can see it in the section, is canted. So you can see the brick from the street. And this is taking that brick that is derived and inspired from the warehouse that was there, using that on the podium, and then expressing it as a cut where the balconies are. So here you can see some of those, and you can see there's a balcony on the second floor. It's actually oriented the other way, so the short side is on the west elevation, and then as you go to the fourth floor, the short side is on the south elevation, and there's another, it's similar on the other north corner. We don't have any balconies facing east.
And then no rooftop balconies as well. I'm assuming all mechanical units are all rooftop units for the entire.
They are, and we do have a rooftop space on the lower. We have that plan, right?
Yeah.
Here, I have it.
It's there in the rendering for reference.
Sorry about the PDF messing up. That's when we lost the plan. But you shouldn't see any of that from the street. I'm sure that's what your concern is. If you're gonna see any of the equipment, we check the view lines. Yeah.
Other units are on the roof as well, so.
Yeah.
just confirming that.
Yeah, so this is the top floor. You know, the south part of the building is outside the historic district and go to 90 feet. And the north part is capped off at 73. So the roof of the north part has an accessible roof from that office level right there.
Good,
Okay.
thank you.
I just want to I'm gonna jump in. Just to clarify something, okay, to make sure I understand this. So working from the west side, you're keeping the existing brick wall there that's along the streetcar.
All brick walls are kept on northwest and south, and then there's that cut on the east right there.
No, not really, because you're taking down all the walls on the eastern, the office building, that's all new, right?
That's what I said, I said northwest and south, and then there's a new wall along the east where that cut is on the plan right there.
Okay, I'm gonna work from west to east.
Okay.
Just to make sure that we're
Okay,
talking the same thing. So on the west wall here along the streetcar, you're keeping that existing brick wall that's there.
right, and we're
Then the
putting new
then
openings
the-
in it.
Then the next bay, you're removing the roofing to leave the exposed structure there.
Correct,
Then the next bay, you're leaving the existing, well, you're putting new roofing on there. In that second bay,
but the subroofing remains, the wood subroofing remains.
okay,
because- yep.
okay, then you're gonna have your new wall, which is your weather barrier. So that first bay is really the 40-foot outside space. So I'm thinking everything's like a 20-foot bay, but you said it varies a little bit.
Some's like 19 and a half, some's 21 and a half, something like
We'll
that.
call
Yeah,
it 20.
20.
Okay. So then from the rest of the building to the mid-block area, which is on your graphic here, right under the period and Ave, right? That's the end of the existing building. You're gonna build a new wall there.
Actually,
Where-
the wall is pushed a little bit in, that's the end of the the roof, where you see that line, the wall is pushed in, especially at the northeast corner. And even the first bay, it's going to be conditioned, but it's not the full height. It's like a box.
That's where the existing office is, where it ends at, right?
Yeah, but it is an existing, so if you see that line below the period in Ave, and then you go one bay to the left, that new structure is going to be lower. So when you're in that slot, you can see the wood and the truss from the outside of the building. We have a
Okay, so
rendering.
it's kind of like the same condition on the west side. You have one bay that's exposed structure with the wall, the new weatherproof wall.
It's different in that on the west side, it's a full height wall. The weatherproof is a full height wall. And on the east side, it's up to like the bottom of the cord of the truss.
Okay.
It's so like a box. You can see it a little bit better here, so that roof is exposed, so you can see the wood right there
Yep.
on the right. So it's.
And that's
it's-
where the office is, the inset on the north side, when you go into that building where you saw the Forerunner Park there, that's inset a little bit, that's what the derivation there.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so let's go back to the site plan.
And we did that, I mean, just so you know, we did it, we wanted to really kind of celebrate this wood, it's beautiful in the truss, and kind
Do you have
of
any pictures
make
of
it
it?
public, but we also wanted the office building not to be looking right at the other building there, to also be able to see this structure and the wood as well.
Do you have pictures of that wood or underneath or anything?
There's existing pictures.
So going back to this, so then you're gonna have like a secondary walkway, mini paseo. I know the main paseo's on the south side,
Mhm.
right? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So let's go back to the site plan. Then you're gonna, that's the adaptive reuse, the western building is gonna stop right there, right? And
Yes.
then the rest of the existing building is gonna get demoed. The walls, the roof, the
Yes.
trusses, everything else. And
Yes.
then you're starting a new ground up office building on the eastern side.
Correct.
Okay.
It's about 25,000 square foot footprint. I think we are removing about 35 or 40% of the existing warehouse building on the east side to build a new ground-up building, correct?
Right, okay. But your existing brick stops at that line where your
Yes.
eraser cursor
Yes.
is? Okay, so you're blowing out, because I couldn't really tell if that was like, you didn't show like ground level sort of renderings that showed the brick, and I think you're replicating that, but that's not the existing, so you're.
Correct.
You're
It's-
demoing that eastern
Correct,
section.
correct.
Okay. Okay. I'll pass it to you and I'll come back. I just wanted to clarify that. I'm sorry
Yeah,
to
I think
interrupt.
if you look at this elevation that Kevin just brought up, it's maybe a
Oh,
little bit more clear. So there is a kind of hard cut right there, there's a space, and then there's a new ground-up building where the ground floor would be brick.
And you wouldn't want to extend, like on the western side, you wouldn't want to expose two bays of structure, you just one, so one's a shaded area, the other's open air,
That's correct.
kind of, okay.
So the open air is on the far western side. You can actually see it here. This is a good elevation because you can see the structure above where the roof is peeled off. We intend to kind of landscape that and let trees and stuff grow up there. And then the covered area might be more like spill out space for the retail and food and beverage. They're probably not gonna take the whole 20 feet in a line, but the idea would be that you can go in and out from the public sidewalk as you get off the streetcar on Channel Side. It's a very narrow sidewalk, it provides a little scrim to that,
Sure.
but it connects the two blocks as well.
But you still have that wall there, so you can't, you're still creating a barrier between, or protective barrier, if you will, from the streetcar to that public.
Yeah, we're putting in a
space.
rhythm of openings there, so it's almost like an arcade would
Yeah.
do. It's really just the columns.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the presentation. So if you'll zoom out a little bit on this particular slide. Just to clarify, there is no connection between the remaining warehouse building and your new proposed office.
Correct, they're separated. There were some fire code concerns for that and other concerns with that. They're different building typologies, so we are maintaining the required separation.
Okay, so that's just straight through, and then what I see is occasionally a canopy that's projecting out off of a building one way or the other.
In that passageway,
Yes,
the canopy that you see there is the second entry to the office lobby, so on the right-hand side, yeah.
okay, and then in the you don't necessarily have to go to it, but in the site plan that you showed or the landscape plan that you showed, it looked like you really weren't able to go north-south through that space. You had a couple different chunks of landscaping that made that impassable, right?
Correct. Right now, we are proposing kind of a courtyard on the south facing the Paseo, and those two retail units that you see right here kind of wrap around into that courtyard. And similarly on the north, and the reason we're doing that is because we're loading and servicing the warehouse building from the loading dock that's going to be in the new building. So it's going to trundle across a little breezeway. You can see it on here. All the loading is coming in off 14th Street. This is going to be heavy food and beverage. So there's going to be a lot of loading and a lot of rubbish. And we wanted to have a place to keep it off the street and not mix that with the pedestrian experience. So that's how this is working. So we have this kind of north courtyard that faces 4th Avenue and a south courtyard that faces the Paseo, and then that serviceway is just completely buffered by landscaping.
Okay, so that's like I think I see two different double doors, sets of double doors that you'd be trucking stuff in between.
Yeah, I'm gonna point to this.
Yeah.
This is the loading dock right here. So it kind of comes through this back of house, gets here, and can get to all this back of house here to serve both the north and the south side and the multiple tenants that are there.
Okay, gotcha. No, you can't. It's blocked off. Okay, and then back to the elevations, and back to the comment. So what we had is we had a block that was a complete, two Bow Trust warehouses. You're cutting 35% of it off to create this larger office building on this side, right?
Yep.
And what is noticeable about it to me is that you kind of, here you keep the precast elevated and off the ground, and then I guess as it wraps around, you touch it, you touch the ground with the precast on the north side. I think that is.
On the north, it would be the northwest corner of the new building is really where it solidifies and anchors the ground at the office lobby, yes.
Okay. I think that what stands out is that the warehouse that's left, you've got these engaged pilasters or columns that, form the bays, and then you're actually articulating them and adding to them, accentuating them by carving it out, putting big storefront, and having canopies there. Essentially, you've erased that portion of the building and haven't put that level of articulation back into the brick on these elevations that remain. So if you go back to the other...
If you go back to the Paseo side.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, so this is okay here in terms of... I think that this is the more successful facade because you've got precast elements that are touching the ground. You've got an articulation of the bays there on the corner that is similar to what's happening with the original building, but potentially you could have a column or a pilaster of brick come out on those walls, referencing the original, right? Because that building carries on like that continuously. So you've got this bay spacing, this column spacing, this structure that you've taken away, and then you're kind of replicating, but not getting back to it. So I think that either bringing more of these precast elements to the ground, or bumping out the column there at these locations, and let's have another elevation. Like the south one on the Paseo. Yeah, here it almost gets in alignment with it, but you've got the opportunity there to even make that more articulated. As that precast comes down, it could hit a column, an engaged column, and pick up where you've removed.
We can look at how to articulate those bays to kind of mimic the pattern, the rhythm that's going on the existing building.
Right. Yeah. I think that would go a long way, and I think that you have opportunities or taken the opportunity to drop it in certain locations, as I was watching the presentation, I thought maybe you needed to drop them there, but I think that what's really happening is that you've mimicked a building that you've taken away and then dropped off a level of detail of it, which is the articulated columns.
Make this larger.
No, I'm just saying here, you could, like, you can see here, on the existing warehouse that remains, right, the columns that are there, that are the structure in between these canopies, yes, exactly. Those take on a little bit more prominence now because you're punching through them and you're dropping a canopy in there so that you've got an A and a B and an A and a B, and then you go to remake that, but drop off that level of detail.
Yeah, this rendering probably tells a little bit more. We can't literally mimic it because the proportions are different anyways because of the floor to roof height in the existing building versus the floor to floor height there. But I think it's a good comment. In the rendering, you can see it's still articulated with a stone detail on the top. But we can look at how we can articulate those brick columns more as piers or pilasters to do that. And that could be a positive reveal or a negative, positive protrusion or a negative reveal or something like that. But we'll look at how we can do that.
Yeah, I think that would kind of take the original building, because I think what you're essentially trying to do there is you're saying, look, we're not going to use this building to actually build off of. We're going to lop off 35% of it.
Right.
But we're going to treat it as if it was the base of this new building that we're doing, keeping the brick, keeping the.
Yeah, it's not so much that, but it was just to have a similar context. It's not going to be the same brick, for example.
Right.
So I think it has to be a modern interpretation of that so that the street feels continuous. What we didn't want to have on this Paseo, especially in this rendering, is this long, very strong street wall. When you have a one-story building like that with a repetitive pattern, it becomes very strong, and then all of a sudden it just changes to something else.
Right.
So what we want to do is marry these together so that the street became stronger.
Agreed.
Your comment is really well taken, and I think we can improve on that.
Okay. Next question. The arches that you see here, which you've referenced as being part of the Ybor fabric, is that arch the proportion of the bow truss?
I don't think it is. If it is, it's by accident, to be honest with you.
Let me rephrase it. Can it be the bow truss?
We can look and see. It's probably pretty close.
Yeah, it looks so close that it either should be or maybe nudge it into that.
I mean, somebody would really have to have a computer program to measure
well,
that.
I mean, those trusses. I mean, you're spending a lot of time and money to articulate them, right? You're peeling it back. We want to see the wood. We want to see, you're going to be in and under those spaces.
We can check. I'm looking at it now, and I think
it's
by accident,
close, right?
it's pretty darn close.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I think that you could probably pick up a nice level of scale and reference there. But that's an Easter egg for somebody. One of the things that doesn't seem to be well incorporated into the overall presentation, you see it in the renderings, are the canopy, the awning projections. Very nice. I'd like to. You need probably more details on that, on how that goes. But I can't tell how deep they are.
They're proposed to be 8 feet deep.
Okay. They seem to at times, from the landscaping plan, clash with the tree selections, which just needs to be coordinated. They seem to project out beyond the property line, which would need to be coordinated with right-of-way and all that stuff. But it's just something in the presentation that is inconsistently proposed. What you're showing there makes sense, in terms of the scale and how it feels. It looks like it needs to be coordinated with the rest of the proposal.
Okay.
And then you answered the question I was going to ask, if up on these balconies this was a brick soffit essentially that you're,
It is, and it's actually canted so that you would see it.
And what's the column?
The column is just a steel column.
But it's like painted out like it's a brick?
No, it's painted red, like the steel columns that are on the bow truss on the other side of 4th Avenue.
I think you said that. Okay, and then are you adding skylights to the existing building?
Probably. We are still locating where there are existing skylights already in the building, if you saw in the photographs. They're not on center, so our plan is not correct. They're to one side. We'll probably add another row on each of the bow trusses to make it symmetrical. Right now, you can see it on the aerial to the right. Yeah, they're on kind of the inside where the two bow trusses come together. We'll probably add another row on the outward side of the bow truss.
Right, I think the plan, the roof plan that you showed looked like you had much larger ones.
It shows them in the center because we didn't have the scans yet from all of the existing buildings, so somebody just drew them as a,
I got you.
just say
But
we're
the
gonna.
intent would be to kind of illuminate that as.
Yes,
throughout.
we're not going to fill in the existing ones and move them, because we're gonna keep the existing openings, but we may create new openings.
In addition to.
Yes,
Okay. Referencing how they would have been originally, right?
No, what I'm saying is the original ones that are there, we'll reuse.
Correct.
And then we'll add another row on the other side of the arc, opposite it, so you'll have two rows going down.
Yeah,
in
but
each
what I'm saying is you would use the historic one as the
Yes,
reference for
yes.
what you incorporate.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions, thanks.
Okay. He's amazing. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm looking at the precast panels and the arched windows, and you kind of talked about that as, you know, having an industrial precedent. I'm having a hard time kind of seeing that precedent here, and how that works within the district. I think a precast panel like this is a new foreign material into the district. I could see how you take some of your historic cues from certain elements, and working with the grid. You know, to further on John's comment, once you get up to the elevation, you have the certain rhythm on the street level, and then that rhythm just becomes a module, a different module, a whole different rhythm when you go to floors 2 and up, whether it's 2 to 5 on the historic district side, or 2 to 7 or 8, however many levels you're putting over on the non-historic district side. Can you talk about that a little bit more of where you're getting your precedent for using this material? And then I think I've heard that, as it shows in the renderings, this is going to be a green precast element.
We have a sample too. It's,
Okay.
so it is, you know, the renderings are accurate. They're showing it as this kind of light sage green. We recognize that we're in a historic district, but we also recognize that this is a new building, and it's a new building of significant scale. And so we didn't want to just copy, say, the brewery building or something else that's of a similar scale. And it needs to be a modern building for a modern use that, you know, needs air and light like modern office buildings do. So we did do a lot of research and analysis on the history. We were inspired by both the arch and the industrial uses, and some of the buildings actually have almost an overlay of this industrial grid with the arch in it, which is very unique to Ybor. You often see the industrial grid on the right in a lot of, especially northern cities. And so that's how we kind of came up with this grid with an arch in it module. And then we looked at different materials that we could use to build this, that one, were economic and constructible with modern day building codes, but also, even though new, would not feel foreign to Ybor City, which is why we did that collage where we kind of showed all these historic buildings and put our building in to see if it felt right.
Can you bring up some of your elevations again? Elevations of the.
Yeah.
Do you have one in particular, or?
Or would you like to see the renderings with the elevations?
Do you have renderings from the other side, looking at that building? I think most of your renderings look from the west side, looking east. Do you have any east looking up at that
I
building?
don't know that we have one looking east. We have from the south, we have from the north. I mean, the other thing we wanted to do was, I mean, if you look at this with just the it's a module, but it's a detailed module that looks like it's been crafted and not just flat. You know, we've got this kind of curved module with the joints in between, and we wanted to find materials that we could get that sense of craftsmanship that exists in Ybor City without being EFS or something like that, you know, where you're just kind of copying it. So that's how we came up with this material.
Yeah, okay.
And then we did add in the arch, you know, there's like a metal detail there because Ybor's architecture is, I think, a good word that we use in our office, very flamboyant, especially the commercial architecture. And it's really hard to do flamboyant architecture in a modern way without feeling kitschy. And so what we really wanted to do was think about these different layers and be a little bit more clean and subtle, but respect that craftsmanship. When you look at all those flamboyant architectural things, there was somebody that was making it by hand.
Sure.
No one's really doing that now, but there is a thought that went into that.
And what's your module there for these precast units?
We have a, I can maybe find
You
it
can
quicker
ask
on
your
this.
questions 2 minutes before you ask it, so I.
What's that?
He's just gotta find it in the paper. Let me see, I can maybe find it in my smaller copy.
I mean, you've got 20 foot on the ground floor, then your 13-foot office, right?
Yep,
So.
and it's around, I think they're around 15 feet. Hold on, we have a detail of that. No, there's one with dimensions, I'm sorry.
Even if you leave the elevation up.
Yeah,
Like the
so
module
it's
width.
13 feet floor to floor, and it's like, I forget the actual width, but say it's 8 feet or 9 feet, something like that. I'll get you the exact one.
Can you put up the, your essay on this one?
Well, I was just gonna tag on to it, just to, I mean, the question's kind of about articulation and the module of it, and my question would be, in this rendering, what is the window panelization? Are those caulk joints? Is that how is that window subdivided?
It's not probably gonna be the way it's rendered. That's why I wanna find the upper floor especially, because the ground floor is a taller module, so it's not a good series. But it'll probably be, we have to look at the Monton division, but we want it to read as one pane of glass.
Can you go over to your wall section on the right?
Yep.
So you have a false wall behind it, and then, so is that,
Yeah, it's like a rain screen system.
okay. So where would the glass be in this one? Is it, what I'm looking at for the wall section, that's the edge of the precast trim around it, and it's
Yep.
inset,
Yeah,
okay,
and then you can see the metal at the top, and then you have the glass below.
okay.
I mean,
But
honestly, this is
the
another.
way that it's rendered, it's, you're saying that you want it one piece of glass. It's rendered like it's one piece of glass with very minor, or like it's structurally glazed. And the reason why I bring that up is because, you know, window articulation and how it relates to everything else in the district is incredibly important. And here, you're kind of straddling the fence between a couple different worlds, right? You want one large pane of glass, but you're rendering score lines in it.
Yeah, it's only because we hadn't picked out a window system when we rendered it. Ideally, we would like it to be one pane of glass. We have a project in a historic building with arches that they are in Brooklyn, Empire Stores, that is one pane of glass, because you really want to celebrate that opening in the arch and not be distracted by the divisions. Whatever window selection we do, if it does have to have divisions for cost or other reasons, wind load, then we're going to do it in a way that from the outside is almost invisible. you don't see glass the way, we always have a problem rendering glass. Glass in the daylight looks black from the outside, which doesn't look good in a rendering, but that's really what it looks like, unless there's a shade or something behind it.
Right. Yeah, it's just, out of all of the things in the facade, it's one of the things that, you know, really sets off the scale and cadence of it. And with, you know, with the aesthetic that you've chosen, the arch, the restrained palette, but the highly modulated, you know, facade, it's gonna make or break, you know, how it comes off.
Yes.
And, you know, such a wide panel of glass in Florida is probably difficult to get. And it's gonna be a major consideration for, you know, how the building is read and how it is kind of discussed.
And while we're here, like are those just storefront openings in the brick alcove, if you will? What are we doing back there? Is that going to match? Is that like just a storefront type of system? Or they?
It will be an operable storefront because this is the access from the tenant floors to private balconies.
Okay. Like sliders, like a kind of thing? Or
No, we're not gonna have sliders. It's probably just gonna be operable doors.
It
Condition
looks like it's
space.
listed as a curtain wall.
Right.
On the section.
Okay, and that's gonna be clear glass everywhere. We're not gonna do tint or anything. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. You have a few moments to summarize any of your comments or rebut anything that we've asked about, and then we're gonna close the public hearing.
No, I think that the comments were heard and well received.
Okay. Close the public hearing, and we can have discussion amongst ourselves. Liz?
Oh, you took it away.
Yeah, you can keep some graphics up, we'll reference those.
No, yes, please do, but wanted to say we appreciate your presentation and all the effort that's gone into the project thus far. You know, well presented. I think the vision of what you're trying to accomplish here is pretty straightforward. You know, retaining that building and renovating it for the hall, the food hall that you're talking about, and then adding on this new construction into Ybor, and especially even the difference between where the zonings, you know, just it's very legible and very accessible. So thank you for a good presentation. I do think that there are some pieces and parts of it that you know, need further understanding. I think that the brick component of the office building needs a little bit of work to be more like what was taken away. I think that the window question is something that needs to be addressed, or there needs to be a solution to that, and that will affect how that facade reads. I don't mind the precast of and the color selection there, the material selection. I think it's quite nice. I think that articulation that you get when you start to break it down is similar to, you know, entrances that you would find all over the district, just in very limited application, where here it becomes the whole facade. But its restraint, I think, allows you to kind of pull that off. I think that the interrelationship of that component to the brick base needs a little bit more work, if that's in the way the brick is articulated, or if that's how how that screen comes down. I mean, I could see that some of that stuff, that precast coming down in front of brick and just being, you know, the applicant described it as a rain screen, where it's essentially just this thing that, you know, drops down in front of elements as well. I think that there's a little bit more artistic license in there than they're taking advantage of. But I think that, you know, overall, it's a nice addition to the neighborhood, and, you know, has a lot of detailing that needs to be worked out, but is a strong case.
Yeah, I think where I kind of struggle with this is this is a kind of a new material for the district. You know, this is precast, and typically within the district, and you know, this is a funny project because you're half in the district, half out of the district. You're trying, you know, if this was 1 block south, I'd be like, oh, that's a great new material, but we're still within the district, so we have certain boundaries that we're trying to follow, certain rhythms. And I think if you look at the district in general from a historic context, you're reversing the materials here. So primarily, if you look at a primary facade, most of your facade is going to be solid, and your voids are your windows. But here, your voids in a modern building with the curtain wall system, that's your primary facade. So you're inverting the figured ground of what the openings are. And maybe it's, you know, I think, could we put up one of the elevations that show the ground level? Just the black line elevation would be fine.
There you go.
Yeah, because with this rhythm, I think, you know, you're trying to carry the rhythm of the adaptive reuse into the new building, right? And they're doing that in a general sense. I like how the precast comes down and touches that district, but it's almost like that street level almost needs to go up into the thing. And that's what I was asking you before. It's like, well, do you mean to like have these bays be separated a little bit? Like wherever your brick comes up, that's a bay, and then these are inset within. It's a more traditional rhythm for the district. Whereas now you're just, you've got this rhythm on here, but there's no relation really between, there is, but it's very small. But I almost want to see that relation of the ground floor level, the ground floor brick, the columns that we talked about replicating, coming up further into the building. And for a modern building, like, you know, this is, you know, I think the same construction that we see down on Water Street right now, that, you know, which is a beautiful, where they articulate the precast concrete with the relief in it. It's beautiful detail, but it's certainly appropriate there. Here, I'm a little bit more concerned that it doesn't represent the district. So maybe by bringing that rhythm up and into the higher floors, it kind of goes back to a little bit more historic context of maintaining the rhythm of this building primarily is solid with voids in here, and you're flipping the script. And I don't know, I feel like I'm gonna, down the road, it's like, you know, I like this and I like the precast rhythm, but I feel down the road I'm gonna get calls. You know, people play, how did this happen? How did this happen in the district? And it's like, well, it's a tricky situation. You're half in, you're half out, and you don't want two different types of buildings, so I appreciate what you're trying to do here. I just think on this side especially, it needs to have a little bit more connection with the ground floor level, being that it's only four stories. And I think once you get outside another block south, then you have a lot more freedom to pick up that rhythm throughout the building, more modern, a modular system that doesn't need as much anchoring, grounding to the principle that we see within the district. So that's kind of my concern with this. I do think the green precast, the sage color, it's a beautiful material. I think that's going to work well. I think I need a little bit more historical context and basis there. It's a little bit too modern for something that's going to be within the district. Besides that, I had to take the extra time to make sure I understood everything when I was looking at the packet before. The drawings weren't clear, and thanks for clarifying how that transitions. When we went through the PDA process, there was more, that whole building's going to stay, and I understand you can. I think there was number of different options discussed there of like, keeping that, you know, that brick surround and building a new building within it. I don't think that's practical. I think it does need to be a modern building. So I do appreciate that design move. You know, for me, it's really the historic context of that building and getting something that has a little bit more historic cues and rhythm in it. But I think that could work if there's some additional investigation there.
I'm in general agreement. I would disagree a little slightly just because brick, you know, was an older modular material, and now we're kind of moving to a newer modular, you know, precast system, and, you know, with that, the sizing kind of differs, the material would differ a little bit, and I think it's a pretty good reinterpretation of a modular system and a precast system that looks great, and you have the, you know, the reinterpretation of the arch and all that kind of stuff within your facade, which I think works really well. I will agree with, however, that I think with some more, tying it a little bit more contextually somehow to the base, whether maybe we just kind of align the rhythm a little bit with the base of the building and how it ties into the existing warehouse would be very nice, and just to kind of pay a little more homage to that, and just to see how, and just kind of play on how that warehouse existed on that site before would make that project, would make the project a lot more successful as well. That's the main thing.
So I think I think in general, I don't know, I think it needs, I think that it's a good start. It's not, certainly not ready for a final, I think, maybe a preliminary, but I think that needs to be called out a little bit more stronger rhythms and attachment to the base, and calling that out as your primary rhythm of the non-contributing building, but it's certainly well celebrated on the adaptive reuse building, not necessarily on the new building. But I think the massing works with what we've seen on the PDA. We didn't really talk about, hey, the top of what was the treatment at the top of the building, this level, kind of looked like it was a similar precast type of guardrail or something, maybe a larger coping. So a more detailed wall section that would cover the whole length of the building would be beneficial. And, as far as the landscaping, I think that was all covered in the original PDA. I think that's, there's a set framework there to work within, but I think the focus needs to be on the building here. Mr. Fernandez?
And speaking with the agents team, they have heard the comments and they want some time to respond to those. So I believe we can still fit them in at this degree of hearing for the November 28th public hearing. So if it's the pleasure of the board to continue the case till November 28th, they'll come back with responding to these comments.
We can outright continue, or we can put some preliminary, I think we voiced our concerns. We could put conditions on it, or just give them a continuation to the next month. Well, we can state that, what we're looking at. We want to summarize our comments.
Can we qualify?
They're going to give you.
You can do a preliminary approval and then continue it to the November 28th date if you wish to give additional guidance to the applicant.
That's fine. I can go either way on that one.
Do they understand what we're asking?
Well, if we can do a preliminary approval, which kind of sets certain things, like I think the massing in general is okay. I think the big concerns with the fenestration of the new building, we can just outright continue them with no conditions. They've heard what we've had to say, or we can give them a preliminary approval with conditions that need to be addressed to keep them moving forward.
I believe just because this is a PDA and the massing and the site elements height has already been determined, I think a continuance is probably the best path, because there's not those elements to kind of pre-approve.
Okay. Do you want to, can we make a just a list of?
You can make a motion of what you would like to see at the next hearing, as a request with a continuation.
Okay. Move to grant a continuance in the case BLC 23-161 for the property located at 1301 East 4th Avenue to the November 28th, 2023 public hearing at 9 a.m. with the following items to be addressed in the continuance by the applicant. One, applicant will bring forward more signage information if it's developed at that time. Applicant will discuss roof material selections for the existing building to be renovated. Applicant will review skylight locations based upon existing structure information that's been received. Applicant will provide additional info regarding window selection and the potential for the mullions and the cadence of those. Applicant will look at the new construction building and its engaged columns or pilasters for the perimeter of the building, as well as looking at how the precast engages with the base of the building. Applicant will provide more detail in wall sections for the new construction, from finished floor to coping. Applicant will provide comprehensive or consistent canopy detailing, showing locations, dimensions, and detailing. Applicant will also provide any additional information regarding HVAC screen walls on the rooftop.
Second.
All in favor of said motion? Well, do we need to verify that with the applicant? There's been a number of conditions put on this continuance for next month. Is the applicant okay with those conditions? They have indicated affirmative. All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We will see you next month at the November 28th meeting.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Moving to our last agenda item, which is BLC 23-162 for the address of 1315 East Fifth Avenue and 1306 East Fourth Avenue. This is a vacant parcel. This property is all within the historic district. The photo presentation was given at the prior record. This also has a PDA attached to it that was approved in 2022. The request coming forward is for a certificate of appropriateness for new construction. This is a 5-story mixed-use multifamily building with a parking garage and site improvements. We are ready to move forward.
Again, my name is John Clifford from S9 Architecture, 322 8th Avenue, New York, and I've been sworn in. So we're going to now talk about the East 1 block on the north side, just north of 4th Avenue. Just to remind everybody where it is, and the existing site is vacant. It's bound on the north by the rail line, 14th on the east, 4th on the south, and Channel Side on the west. And we are fully within the historic district, unlike E2. That's it. That's it. And just in ground plane, what we're proposing is it's a residential building wrapping a parking garage, 5-story residential building wrapping a parking garage with retail on the ground floor on both 14th Street and 4th Avenue. And then there's obviously no activation along the rail line on that northwest kind of mitered corner. And then 5th Avenue kind of dead ends as it goes west, and that's our main access to the parking and loading off of 5th Avenue. And our intent here was obviously to extend the fabric of historic Ybor City into this newer building that's fully within the district. This is a blow-up of the ground floor plan. So again, you can see that the parking is fully concealed from public view from 4th Avenue, 5th Avenue, and 14th Street. It's wrapped with retail along the street. The main entry point or lobby is on 4th Avenue, right where that little white area is. That's also the access to the garage, so the public can use that garage to get to the office building that you just saw, or to the Bow Trust building, or to other buildings within the district. And then the retail wraps up to the north on 14th Street with a secondary lobby and mail room on the northeast corner. And as you go up, you can see you see that lobby core where the elevators are in the bottom right-hand corner in the darker gold, and then the units face outward onto the streets as they wrap both on 4th, 14th, and 5th Avenue. And the parking goes up to the roof, but it's just below the roof line, so it doesn't extend above the roof, so it's fully concealed from the street. And on this building, because it's in a historic district, we really wanted to look at, the elements of Ybor City that make it special and how we could incorporate those into this new building. So it's materiality such as stucco and red brick, but it's also a lot of architectural details. I mean, I think everybody knows that the exterior balconies are kind of the signature of Ybor, whether they are posted down to the street or cantilevered. The color is also very important here in the diversity, but also the scale of it. Most of the buildings here are, 15 to 50 feet wide, and how we can break down our street front so it feels like a collection of buildings with this layering and texture of the historic district imported in. This is the existing view of the site. You can see the rail tracks going right there. Streetcar, sorry, on Channel Side. And this is the proposed view. So the warehouse building is to the right. This is 4th Avenue looking toward the east. The streetcar would be running, left to right on the page here. So we're really celebrating this corner. We're using a lot of the same materials. Again, it's a 5-story building, retail on the ground floor. We're using a mix of brick and stucco. We have a mixture of exterior balconies that are covered and posted, and some projected balconies as well. We tried to vary the building height and break this down into, I'm going to call them townhouses or individual buildings as you go down 4th Avenue and wrap around 14th Street. And you'll see that in some of the other renderings, to really give the sense that this is a neighborhood and not a building. So here's an elevation. This is the south elevation along 4th Avenue. Looking at all of these layering of materials and inspiration from historic Ybor. All the buildings have different cornices, and you can see we're kind of playing with the height a little bit, even though it's one singular building, to give that illusion that it's multiple buildings and break that length of the block down. We're using windows that are more in proportion to Ybor City when we started looking at them, and that was a great comment that we got from staff. We did realize that they are more slender and divided, so we went back and revised that. The balconies, both the posted kind of gallery balconies and some of the projecting balconies that are bracketed, decorative metalwork for railings, even on the street, the recessed storefronts that you see like on 7th Avenue, and really incorporating all of that, and then bringing the columns to the ground for the balconies on the sidewalk. So on 14th, again, same kind of theory where we're breaking this down into multiple buildings, playing with the cornice height a little bit, 6-foot wide balconies to give them heft, especially on the corners, and a variety of materials, brick and stucco, and different colorations within that as well. And then the decorative railings when they're on the balconies. This is the 5th Avenue side. So the balconies wrap that corner again. Then we just go to the slender windows. This is the entry to the parking garage below. You can kind of see those little doors on the ground floor. And then to the right is where it's kind of that mitered edge of the lot, which is a parking deck that we're screening architecturally. So it doesn't look like a garage, but we're obviously not going to articulate it the same way that we are doing the rest of the residential building. And final elevation, you're seeing that mitered garage on the left. One of the other things that we're using, I forgot to mention, is projected sills under all of the windows. So it gives that shadow line and depth to the windows. But then we're coming back to the corner that we started with the rendering at Channel Side and 4th, and really celebrating that corner, especially with the wrap balconies. Whoops. So this is a partial colored elevation showing how we're doing that, especially in terms of breaking down the longer lengths of the building into multiple building facades with the varied cornice height. We're wrapping the cornices on each of these kind of individual townhouses, using those projected sills, incorporating different slender windows in each of these kind of building within buildings, And then layering on the balconies, we have the posted balconies on the left and a projecting balcony on the right with a decorative bracket, and then using those railings, the decorative railings, different types of decorative railings on these balconies, and then finally incorporating the recessed storefront on the street level. This just shows some of these details, how that works with the cornice projecting, so make sure we get the right kind of depth and height, and then looking at the projected sill at the windows, and then also looking at how we break the windows down so that it's one window unit broken down into two narrower windows. This is detail of just where the columns are posted along 4th Avenue, where we're having those those balconies, those 6-foot balconies, and how they come down. We maintain a minimum of 5 feet behind any column that comes down. And then the other type of balcony with the brackets, using a decorative metal bracket to kind of accentuate and kind of layer that and evoke the projecting balconies of Ybor. And then using different types of decorative railings. We picked this one because it seems to be one of the more common ones in Ybor, but there could be other variations of this as we go around the building to incorporate that. They're relatively simple, but they all have one little, when you go through the district, they have one little kind of flourish here, and that's what we want to do. And then on the ground, the recessed storefronts, I think, they're in a lot of cities, but the way they're done here, I think, is really unique. And it's one of the things when I first came here that I noticed right away, and we wanted to incorporate that here in this building as well. So on 14th and 4th, the storefronts do have this recessed entry. So you get that kind of corner show window effect. This is the view from 14th looking west toward Channelside. So the office building that we just reviewed is on the left with the brick base and the precast. Where it says signage, that's the entry into the parking. We think that's how a lot of people are going to come. We want people to come by the streetcar and bike and walking, but certainly a lot of people are going to come by car, and this is their first and last thing that they, how they approach this. You're seeing the storefronts on the street, the wrapped balconies that are either posted or bracketed, the different varieties of brick and stucco, the slender windows, and then the varying cornice heights and cornice types to kind of break this down and make it feel like a neighborhood and not like a block-long building. This is the view looking on 14th. So this is 5th Avenue, right to the right. So that's the entry into that parking. Making sure that the pedestrian connection to Ybor on 14th is solidified. So we have that corner retail really anchoring that as you come across the tracks. And then having the parking pulled as far back off the lot line as we can to make sure there's no conflict with pedestrians. And again, you see the varying height and the layering and the variety of colorations and materials. Elevation as you get over to the rail side where it comes around. So this is the parking garage on the left, the one that has the brick on the bottom and the whitish stucco on the top. We have openings there, obviously, for air, but we're proposing a mesh to kind of screen that so you don't see in, especially at night, that it's more filtered. And then the residential picks up kind of right where that yellow brick building is, but because it's close to the lot line, we can't have any windows on this side, so the windows face north there. And then we pick up with the anchored corner as it gets to Channelside to the public realm with the balconies that wrap around to 4th. We also looked at just roof views, what we would see from up here, particularly as it relates to lighting. The parking is below the roof, but it is high, and there will be light poles on there. We have them placed, and we work with the lighting consultant, so they're low-profile 15-foot LEDs in the middle that you really don't see, and then other accessory lighting for safety will be mounted lower to the different bulkheads and the parapets around the edge, shining in so that you don't see it from the street. And then we already showed this rendering, but just in plan, just so everybody's aware of where the parking entry is, we wanted to get it as far off the pedestrian streets as possible. So it's 70 feet back from the corner of the building, from the property line. And then we have the entry to the parking where Fifth Avenue dead ends up against the railway track. Existing view on the left, and then on the right of how this is obviously on 14th looking south at Fifth Avenue. So there you see the parking. Okay. And then on Channel side looking east on 4th Avenue, that corner. So kind of breaking this down into multiple buildings, and this would be on the north side of the warehouse building that we just reviewed. And then the final view, we're looking toward the, where am I?
14th and 4th.
14th and 4th. Again, you see this is looking to the west. So the office building is on the left, and the entry to the parking and to the main residential lobby is on that corner where it says signage, or in that kind of breezeway paseo where it says signage. Now we're going to go to landscape.
Alan Ward with Sasaki. I covered 4th Avenue when we looked at E2. It's also consistent with what I described on 14th Street. The one difference here is we do have the rail line on the north and northwest, and we're showing an 8-foot trail set back just from that rail line. Now that is the initial piece of a bigger idea for a trail system. So you would cross at Channel side and then go on the western side of the park, which is west of E2, and that would then carry further south. And then the trail also in the future potentially then connects on the south side of the rail line all the way into the heart of Ybor City. So this is one piece of a much bigger idea. So that has some planting that you see shown here on the bottom here, some screening that both screens the trail somewhat from the CSX right away and then screens the trail from the service area. The other wrinkle here is there's another one of these courtyards with special paving where you enter the garage. Otherwise, it's consistent with what I described for 4th Avenue and 14th Street. So that concludes the presentation.
That concludes the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Ron Vilo, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. Staff's finding this application is consistent with the Ybor City Design Guidelines. With the plans that were previously submitted to what we saw today, there was a lot of work that went into them to address the conditions on the staff report that we had. We had a very lengthy phone conversation, and a lot of what we had was reflected on the drawings. But just to touch upon some of the items, once again, there was a PDA approved in 2022. This building is all in the district, so all facades are warranted for discussion as it moves forward. The design package for the streetscape, the landscape architect touched upon that. It is consistent with the prior review and approval for the PDA. You're looking at, since the PDA was approved, the scale and the massing, footprint, all of that has already been established. What's left is, with the application of standards, is a similarity in details of forms and massing and the building materials. Some of the key points that we had moving forward with the conditions were of the parking garage and the visibility of the lighting and any rooftop elements that were there. It was expressed, and they showed some sight lines today. I think additional information is required for the grills and kind of the filtering of the garage as discussed this morning. The sign package is going to come in pieces as it comes along, but if they have any monumental signage that's expressed on the building. As part of the images showed this morning, there were some murals attached to that. I don't believe that is to move forward. That was just a kind of a rendering, inspirational point of view. We had some concerns with the windows and how they were articulated with the surrounds, the sill, and just the proportions of the muttons that were incorporated. What was shown today is period appropriate, and it pulls the elements from the historic district, and they're incorporated into the package that was shown today. I would like for the dimensions of the overhangs, the canopies, the awnings to be called out as well. And some of the discussion that we had prior was that the projections were not grounded, which they are now, or bracketed, which was evident in their drawings that they presented this morning or this afternoon. The entrance of the garages at the pedestrian level, to see how that is all incorporated, if they have additional language on that, should be discussed this morning. And the final comment that I have is there's some wires, there's some Tico poles and some trolley line wiring that is there. In their images, they show that all of that has been removed as far as the Tico lines go. I know the trolley lines need to remain, but how are they going to handle that as this project comes on board? And I'll be here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vila. Anyone here from the public wishing to comment? Seeing none, we can start with some questions of the applicant from the commissioners.
You had provided like a sort of a blown up elevation that was colored. You don't have to have that like a colored elevation like overall for each side, would you? Not quite yet. Just helps us understand all the different materials and all that kind of stuff that you had kind of pointed out and all that. So it's mostly the renderings.
Is this the one you're talking about, or was it a straight elevation?
Oh, no, it's a straight elevation, I think, that you had shown. I was just wondering if you had one that showed just
Fourth Avenue, we just showed how we were.
a portion of it, right? Yeah, okay.
But it's similar as we go on 14th Street, and I can go through all the renderings, and we probably see it's the same material palette as we go around the building.
It's just, yeah, I was just wondering if you had it overall, so we just kind of see it, you know, ourselves, or maybe your renderings do cover it. It's just kind of, we can go around.
Unfortunately, we just have
Yeah.
the flat-on one for the 4th Avenue elevation.
Okay, no worries. And then, would you happen to have a wall section where you call out like the depths of the canopies and also just like the whole construction of a wall as well?
Yeah, I think we have similar, no, there's separate wall sections. There's one that shows, the one that shows like the cornice depth and the sill depth, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, and also projection of the balconies and all that as well.
I think there's one that shows the balconies are 6 feet. It was shown on one of the renderings and the elevations as well.
The exterior, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, there's another one that shows, let me find it.
And then for the construction of the building, everything above the, like, sort of the parking, besides the parking deck and the residential portion, is that all stick-built, or is it studs, or, you know?
It's gonna be concrete construction.
It's all
Yeah.
concrete construction? Okay.
Yeah, on the elevation, we call out a 6 foot wide balconies as typical. On the left-hand side. Oops.
Okay, I see. Go.
And it's on the other elevations as well.
Move on to John, I know y'all look at this.
You've got a new toy. over
Yeah,
there.
right? No.
Okay, so, question for you. This, it's a concrete structure? What's the actual construction? I mean, it looks like you got cast in place floor slabs, is that correct?
Post-tension.
Post-tension?
Yeah.
Okay. And block wall?
No, oh, you're talking about, I was saying, was it gonna, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question of whether they're gonna do stick-built or concrete structure. We're doing concrete structure, and then it'll be stud walls for the facade. Yeah.
Okay. Thin brick?
Probably thin brick, yes.
Okay, yeah. It looked like thin brick in your
Yeah.
sections. Okay. There is, so here you've got, we're gonna see the underside of the concrete, on these balconies, right? That's what you're proposing?
Yes.
Okay. And they're all essentially cantilevered, right?
Some of them are cantilevered and some of them are posted, yeah. But they're all, you mean structurally?
Yes.
Yes.
Structurally
Yes.
cantilevered,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And so you make, sometimes you make a distinction to say, hey, we're gonna post on these to
Yeah.
articulate it, and we're gonna have brackets on these.
Correct.
Sometimes.
The single ones are the ones that are bracketed, and the ones that are galleries are the ones that we post, similar to what you see in historic Ybor.
Yeah, it looks like you kind of mixed the bag there
Yep.
on this corner.
On this corner we did, because we didn't want the columns coming down to the corner there and constricting that intersection.
Right, understood. Here, on these larger balconies, do they interconnect more than one unit?
There'll be a divider between them.
Right, and that divider isn't, is not shown
No.
in these renderings. I guess my point is that I don't think you should mix the posted versus the bracketed. And I think that the need that you're gonna have a divider is gonna lend itself more to the bracketed, and it's going to end up creating a different type of rendering than what you're showing, which I think can all be solved. I just think it's a different solution than what's going to be there probably. I think that going into the canopies here, like on these guys here in this elevation, I think that you have an opportunity perhaps to have a covering on some of these to help break up the facade more, so that because if you do the line drawing of the elevation, or one of the larger ones, like
Yep.
the south elevation. Yeah. So if you zoom in here, what I think I'm seeing is in this larger middle chunk, right? I've got a corner piece that it's got a nice massing, it's got a nice corner arcade, essentially. Then I've got a larger portion in the middle here. It looks like you're doing a whole bunch of different, like, brick that steps up and down and up and down in this area to break up that facade, and then you step down into a smaller version, and then the corner. I think that stepping of the brick in this is the most problematic in terms of how you're breaking down the facade. You've got appropriate pieces and parts, and I just think that portion in the middle needs a little bit more study, because that's where it starts to look more cartoony than, sensitive massing and scaling, which is most of what we're seeing here, which is why I think it sticks out a little bit. I think that, the way that you articulate those balconies in this part here could be a little bit different. You could run a piece across the top. There's other pieces of articulation and massing that you can bring to this middle portion here, that would break it down more sensitively, as you've done on the other components. So
Perhaps it needs to be, I'm looking at it with your comment in mind, and perhaps it needs to be divided into two buildings instead of one, just because of the length.
It's a challenge, right?
Yeah.
It's how do you want to deal with it? I mean, we have parking garages here that masquerade as other types of buildings,
Yeah.
right? And so it's a challenge. But I think that you've got the majority of the pieces and the majority of the scale correct. And it's just when you get here, I think that you ran out of, you're like, wow, that's a big facade, we need to break it down. And so the pencil goes up and down and up and down. And I think it can be more cohesive, but maybe it has a different type of balcony articulation. Maybe it's a balcony with a little lean-to on it occasionally, and then you have a just a clean facade. Then it's a balcony with a little lean-to or something. There's plenty of things to do. I just don't think that taking the brick up and down as if these were made at different times is necessarily the right approach there.
Okay.
The recessed storefronts that you're showing there, are those all proposed to be of, those would all be wood,
No, they're going to be metal.
all metal?
Mm-hmm.
All metal storefront?
Yes.
Did you tell Ron that? Okay, we talked about the post and bracket canopies. I think that, and this one here is unusual in that you really wouldn't have like a double entry off of the corner. I think you could pick one and save a little bit of money or do another articulation there. On the parking garage, if you'll show that elevation,
Mm-hmm.
like the rendered version of the one that you had.
There it is.
Yeah, so here, all of the openings to the left are the penetrations into the garage essentially?
Yes.
And you indicated that those would be like a screen? They would
Yes.
have like a perforated screen that's associated with them?
Yes.
Okay, and then we said that the Viva Ybor and the murals or whatever, those really aren't part of the deal.
No, they were really just for rendering. We're going to determine if we want to make this an art project later or do
Right.
something like that.
I guess what I'm saying is I see an opportunity here since garages really aren't historic structures and you're saying that you want to introduce a perforated panel, I could see a perforated graphic that is 4 stories, you know, by the length of all these bays that maybe it's tobacco leaf, maybe it's something e-board that is incorporated into the perforated panel. It becomes very tertiary, but it's a graphic that breaks up the whole wall and really punches up that facade, especially if you're going to be having people tying into some kind of trailhead there.
Yeah.
And you'd have that opportunity around all of that parking garage there too. So I think that that's maybe a way you can get some super graphics in there without having to worry about painting them on the building.
So I just want to be clear because I think this is actually that was one of the studies that we had done. You're saying like this elevation and the elevation as it wraps, the solid elevation up against the rail could be a perf with a super graphic on it, you know, discrete, but still
Yeah,
something
I
interesting.
mean, there
Yeah.
really isn't historic precedent on how to treat
A
garages,
garage,
right?
yeah.
And what you're trying to do there is you're trying to, by incorporating the perforated panel, right, you're not opening it up to where we've got pigeons and everything coming
Yep.
into the garage and you're just looking at cars. That's not that attractive. But what you're saying is we're gonna close it down here, we're gonna still allow some air. And here, with the way that this particular siting works, you're gonna have a lot of openings around that garage. This is a pretty prominent site especially on this side as you're moving through Ybor.
Or, yeah.
So you could have a super graphic that is essentially built into the perforated panel and really tie the whole facade together in a way that really a lot of people don't take
Yeah.
advantage of.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're
Well,
willing to consider.
garages are always a problem, and you hit the nail on the head. They're garages in Ybor that are meant to look like another building, but they're not fooling anyone. And that's every city, and sometimes you just let a garage be a garage and just make it nice background.
Yeah, and just with a
Yeah.
little super graphic there on your perforated panels. You talked about your LEDs and the low profile lighting on the parking garage at the top. I think that's good. We've seen past projects that try to incorporate, you know, pedestrian scaled lighting, like Ybor themed lighting on the top of the parking garage. I think that that's inappropriate, and to try to just minimize that and go with that, you know, something that really just suits the purpose and isn't seen as good. So low profile LED, you know, something that's just utilitarian, that isn't trying to be a light on 7th. You know, you're not gonna have park benches up there, you're not gonna.
No, and I mean selfishly, the office building is gonna be here looking kind of at this too, so we don't really want it bright shining in the office as
Right.
well. So it's both for the public realm and for the users of the office.
Okay. We talked about the columns at the balconies. it's, again, all of the balconies that you're proposing are essentially cantilevered and would have some kind of columned articulation or bracketed articulation. I think you split the difference and see, I think you really need to see where you're, when you start to break the balconies for privacy, that changes the whole facade. And you've got a lot of units, right? I think that you tie 2 or 3 units together, if you can put a floor plan up on a particular balcony and, you know, incorporating an 8-foot tall screen between the two is really gonna change how that renders. Is that a full corner unit?
At the end it is, yeah.
Okay, that's nice, yeah, okay. So it looks like here you'd have, along those facades, you'd have a couple places where you'd break it up. And I think that that was the facade that we looked at that was problematic with the brick.
Correct,
You
that's
know.
the middle facade. So the corners, you can see that the corners, those wrap balconies are all one unit, so they wouldn't need dividers.
Right.
So it would be, and this is a typical floor, but it would be in that middle section, so we can go back and look at that in relation to your earlier comments and see
Yeah,
if we
I
can
think
solve all of it.
that'll help break it
Yep.
up more than you're letting on. And then the brick can be more, you know, maybe it's a datum, maybe it's a chunk or two, but not, you know, up, down, up, down, up, down. Let's see, and you said that it's all post-tension construction with infill. Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, what's the matter today?
You guys do well. I listen and, no, I'm good. I like it. I've always liked it. You guys touch on things that I don't think of, so I
Okay.
appreciate it.
So I think,
Plus,
yeah. So with the cantilevered balconies, we'll stay on that. I'm a little concerned about what that's gonna look like from the underside. Typically balconies would have like a metal pan or something like that for the concrete here. Especially on the ground floor level, I think is gonna be the biggest concern. I don't think anyone wants to stare up at exposed concrete under there. So there might need to be some kind of like metal panel system or something just to make it a little bit more traditional, like maybe even a soffit panel or something. Yeah, so I don't think we see that very often, you know, so.
Yeah, we can look at it. I'm just looking at some of the historic precedents, and there's both in Ybor. Generally, it's just like painted white on the underside when it's concrete, but I think we'd want something else. But I think something like a metal pan or some kind of cover like that would be more appropriate where there's an edge. Yeah, like, see, you can see here, and I was looking at another one. They vary, but you're right, we do need to study that.
Yeah, I wouldn't, like, Hotel Haya, I think, did it, you know, part of that was add-on, part of it was cantilevered, which isn't really historically accurate. They, you know, certainly had a little bit more design freedom in what their interpretation was there. And I think there's been great progress from the draft set to where we are now. I think that's really moved along. You've made a lot of nice design moves there. I think with staying on the balconies, some of those columns, I understand why you did that, didn't want to impede on pedestrian access, but traditionally, those balconies would come down, and maybe the smaller ones are bracketed, but the larger ones on the corner units would come down, and that, I wouldn't do it like, you know, I'd do it like on 7th Avenue, not like the, what's the HCC building over there by the parking garage, with the brick, with the concrete pediments. I'd bring them all the way down. You have a number of different like window and head sill treatments here. Do you have a rough number? Is there like 3 or 4 different conditions? I think you're gonna play with that a little bit more.
Yeah, we want to play with it because we want it to seem varied. If we use the same treatment in different buildings, it's not really good. So we're looking at, you know, like for the sills that we could do it either by a running bond brick course or it could be by a cast stone or something like that. So it gives you that variation in materiality and in color. And same thing for the railings. I would imagine that we might have 3 or 4 because once you go around the corner, you're not gonna remember it again. And even in Ybor, there's a lot of, it's surprising, they did modular construction too. They were buying railings from the same people, they were buying bricks from the same people, terracotta, but it's it's spread out all over the place, so you really have to find the Easter egg, I think somebody said, and see how that happened.
Yeah. And I like what you're doing here with the cornice, can we zoom in on one of those windows, the slender windows or anything on that side? Because the head detail, you're bringing that inside the surrounds, right? So is that like a pediment kind of thing over the surround?
Yeah, again, to be determined, but the idea would be that if you look to the building to the right, it has a different window opening, and we want to have something here, whether it's a pediment or an inlay or change the brick coursing or something like that, to kind of break these down into, use the kit of parts to create variety without seeming repetitive.
Right. And I think you do a nice job of breaking up that facade. I think John touched on a bunch of those issues that you could kind of make it a little bit more pattern with a certain rhythm. In one of our comments from the previous cases, maybe try to relate the ground floor level to the upper levels a little bit more, follow that base spacing a little bit. Sometimes they kind of correspond, sometimes they don't. So, to try to tie that in a little bit more would be good. And we talked about the serpentine layer with the brick in there. I don't think that helps you out. I think you'd have a stronger move if you worked in bays to break up that facade, and you may want to undulate in and out a little bit too. That's certainly within your toolbox. But here you can see some of the storefront doesn't really correspond with some of the windows and the bay spacing. So I think that would warrant a little further study on that one. And your windows, you're gonna have the surrounds kind of popping out a little bit. The windows are gonna be inset. It always gets a little tricky with doing a frame, frame construction for your exterior
Right,
walls.
we
So
want some
wanna make-
shadow lines, so they don't
Yes.
look flat.
Right,
Yep.
so we'll get that inset a little bit, and especially, I don't think you're using any CMU. It's all gonna be stick. I think Ron is gonna want wood storefront down on that ground level. So let's probably need to kind of clarify that. So I want to go back to the parking garage and the windows there and the mesh. So we talked kind of like a super graphic, super mesh thing. Are you talking like something that's applied to the whole exterior of the parking garage, or those mesh within the window spaces inset within?
No, I was just suggesting that the mesh windows themselves, as they have a perforated panel, could create a larger image. Because the way that it's rendered there, it looks like something's happening, and there looks like there's a dancer or something in there. I don't know what that is, or maybe
I misunderstood then. I thought you were saying instead of the punched window brick facade, that you could do a large scrim wrapping the garage and use it a graphic.
No, I was just, what I was suggesting is here you
Within
can
the,
see.
within the windows,
Within
to
the
make it
windows
feel like a
themselves,
fragmented,
you could build a larger graphic.
Okay. That's
And-
kind of
and
what's
actually, that's
hinting
kind
there.
of what's, I'm not sure what the rendering is trying to show me there,
It's a
but,
cigar wrapper, I think.
yeah. I mean, it seems like it's, it's a solution to how do you tie that whole facade together
Yeah.
with minimal articulation and do something that isn't just a parking garage.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's not something applied to the exterior, because I
No,
don't know
thank
how
you,
it's gonna
because that's what
fly.
I thought you were saying on this
No, I was
facade.
saying.
You got awfully excited, so I want to make sure about that.
I've seen it done successfully.
You can, certainly not, with outside you could do it on your others, outside the district. I think that's certainly applied, but within the district, it's, I think you need to keep the openings there. And I think we need to see a little bit more detail on the wall sections when you go through I like what you're doing there with the cornice, the balconies, the tan color. Is that kind of direction that you're going with? Some tan, some black?
Yeah, we have to, as you probably know, we have to play with all the colors in the brick, and
Right.
even brick, you've got to do mock-ups, and the mortar color changes the whole wall, so these are just really like the mood board for what the design intent is, and then later on, we have to really dig down and select all the
Are you
materials.
thinking more of a tan brick for these?
Yeah, because there's a lot of this gold brick all over Ybor, which
Sure.
I think is, again, really unique to Tampa.
Yeah.
It's funny, they use gold brick on the buildings and red brick on the streets, and, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I have for questions right now. Any others? Okay. We're gonna go ahead and, you have a few minutes if you wanna summarize or rebut anything that we talked about, and then we'll close the public hearing.
Again, I think All the comments were well-received, and we don't see any issues with them.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. We'll have discussion on the case with Ms. Welch, who's very chatty today. I don't think I've ever seen you this quiet.
No, I'm learning a lot on this particular one. No, but I liked it, I've always liked it, how we're laying it out, but like I said, I keep learning when you guys are asking different architectural questions, of which that is not my job.
I think it's a very strong presentation for what is a pretty complicated project type on that odd-shaped site. I think that the way that it all comes together needs another level of, needs another iteration to deal with the scale and the massing and some of these historic references. You know, the way that the storefront on the floor relates to everything else. I don't think it's quite sorted yet. It's close, but it looks a little bit applique to the scheme right now, and just another iteration or two. I think that they'll be where they need to be.
Yeah.
And I would agree, and I agree with the comments that were made here today. And so the corners, I think, are pretty well defined. Just a bit of better relationship with the base. But then the middle sections, as John had kind of pointed out, and sort of like the zigzagging of the brick patterns and all that kind of stuff, and then putting in the dividers between the balconies will kind of start changing how that middle section starts to really look, and especially from your renders and all of that. So once that kind of gets tightened up a bit and explored a little bit more in depth, I think it'll be a much stronger project for it at the end.
Yeah, I concur with my commissioner's opinions on this. And like I said before, I think this has made great strides from the draft set that we saw in our print for preparation for this meeting. I think great strides have been made there. Just tying a few things together. You made strong moves on the E2 block where, and that one, I think you recognize that the length of that block is too long to make it one full mass, and you cut off the adoptive reuse building, created a paseo, a little walkway in there, and then have a change of mass. You really get that going on this block, 'cause it's the same length. You anchor your corners very well, and then something else needs to happen within that middle section, and be able to tie the upper floors into the lower floors, working on the balconies. And I do like the tan color. I think is refreshing, and it's different. But I just think some tweaks and some further development here. But the massing works, and it's a difficult block. I think we've seen many projects try to do something on this. I think at least 2 or 3, try to take this tough block and make something happen with it. And now you have the mass to be able to accomplish something like that. So I think it's progressing in the right way, but just needs a little bit more rework and attention. Do we want to treat this as a continuance to give you kind of free reign with some comments like the similar case, or maybe you want to go preliminary, or?
Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. After consultation with the team, December 19th, 2023 would be a date that they can come back and provide you the information that you've been discussing.
Docket's full for November?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a preference on just a continuance with conditions like the last case?
I think they've heard the discussion. You can provide some maybe further direction in your motion, but I think based on the PDA, I would lean towards just a continuance.
Move to grant a continuance in the case BLC 23-162 for the property located at 1315 East Fifth Avenue and 1306 East Fourth Avenue, Tampa, Florida, to the December 19th, 2023 public hearing at 9 a.m. The applicant will provide more information in the continuance presentation, including detailing of balconies, wall sections that provide more information on the cornice and the articulation of the depth of the windows, large facade articulation, looking at what the incorporation of balcony dividers does to the scheme presented. Thin brick samples, if they are provided for selection, can be provided and presented at that public hearing. Storefront materiality will be reviewed and identified, especially at the ground floor level, where typically, historically, wood is incorporated into the facade at those locations. Applicant will address what the strategy is for power lines adjacent to the site. Will they be buried? And if application for TICO has been initiated or discussions have been initiated. And we've got that too, window depth.
All sections.
Is that it? You want to finish the motion?
That's the motion.
Okay.
That's the continuance. I can continue it if you want.
That's okay.
Second.
Okay, there's been a number of conditions placed on this application to continue to the December 19th, 2023 public hearing. Is the applicant okay with these conditions? You have acknowledged yes. All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And I think we have one more order of business for a motion to receive and file submitted documents and exhibits, and then we're out of here in a record-breaking amount of time.
What is it? Motion to receive and file submitted documents and exhibits from BOC staff approvals for September 2023.
Second.
Oh, and other materials received at this public hearing.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Fernandez.
Commissioners, just before we close, I want to thank Commissioner Thompson. This is his final meeting, and we appreciate your service for over 6 years. And hopefully, when things calm down a little bit, we can convince you to come back. We very much appreciate you volunteering your time and lending your expertise to our board. Thank you.
Congrats, Joan.
Congratulations. And see no other business, the commission would like to extend a happy Thanksgiving to everyone and enjoy your holiday season, and we'll see you after the holidays. So, thank you.